Hi, Sarah. Jordan Gold is there? Good stuff, Greg.
Oh, look at Mackenzie. Hi, Mackenzie.
Look at Mackenzie in the back. Mackenzie does not want to be there.
No, Mackenzie is not happy.
She just got in trouble.
Oh, it's okay, baby. Don't worry.
Come say hi.
You see that? Really want to force. Where's the guy right now?
Which baby is that?
Introduce themselves, or at least say hi. Show your face.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry, what?
I said, I'm sorry. Yes, it is very fine.
Okay, hello from
Asia. What's
I know
KM?
we are not on video here. Because it's so loud.
Oh, sorry.
Why do you have to scream though?
Sarah, where's your mask?
Hello, Sarah. John.
Look at this guy. He's just like,
You gotta ask questions.
Yeah,
John
James.
K.
We are on only audio, so you won't be seeing us, but we are here with everybody in spirit.
And who is that?
So it's we have John K, we have Rachel here, Josephine, Auntie Frida. We are all on audio. We haven't been able to log on to video, but we are part of the meeting. We've seen you all. Sarah, we miss you. John, so Auntie Gertrude, yeah, James, there are many faces, some that we might not know. Yeah, John Wanda,
And Frank, congratulations beating COVID. I was listening to that.
And where you're calling from?
Ajax.
We have people from Dublin. We have others from London. So please identify where you are calling in from, especially when you're not on.
Might be easier to say Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Canada.
Abaolire n'abahesere barebe n'abenyayire k'imitambo nabi.
Barebe kwabasasire k'imitambo. I'm live from London. Christine, how are you?
I'm okay, my love. How are you?
Hi.
Thank you.
Abasya n'abashyese bakwama mu Uganda Embale Isa Steven Mungoma Diane Embale Frank Wanyala nabi walubiramu sore kuwulira ashe but I'm glad uli bulayi nefe huli ano ni kimitambo kikyakukwiyeho nenga kyahubirisemu Manyana kuitsatwela nambasandi kana shikuyeteko ku reflectinga hubulamu bw'omulebe wefe wakhwinyikileho akhurakhese video tani nyala mwambona lwekhubesenga nakhukona barisema a vulnerable person nashirionikhala mungu so I don't go out much. Yeah. Let's go ahead with the reflections. And I'll brief you a little bit more later on.
Okay. Dr. Mungoma, who calling in from Uganda, right?
Yes, I am in Mbale.
Good. It's all over the world. Who recording this? Who calling from the Huasini?
Nasenaba Hesire, Mwanyalo, Ise Florence Wako, still Kimitambo Balebe, Kitambo Nabi, Kimitambo Balebe Wefe, Uncle Mwanyala Hulira, Mwanyala ni who supporting Gun. Kwanyala hu batwera. Hakusabire kumoyo kwewe. Wera kwa kanile hula. In the hula, I'm here in Columbus, Georgia. About 2 hours southwest of Atlanta, in Georgia.
Right.
Yeah, Midambo Balebe, se Johnson Makoba in the Reno, Nevada, USC, next to California. Mwabone Navi, especially the family. Yo Mlebe Bob Mushikori, whom I knew for a long time, including visiting Toronto. Mwabone Navi.
Mitambo Navi.
Isebana ngabari namahola. I don't know if you can hear.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, namakola Chris in Washington, Washington State, Seattle.
Balebe isena Nicholas Wako, Indiano i Texas. Wakolana Vini Kimitambo. Bob was a very dear friend and everything as we get to know. So it's unfortunate that we are meeting over at this time. Ne mwanya la mwabao, mwanya la kuita ni dambio.
Balebe kwaba kanile se John Wanda Indiana no mukila majos Wanda na anabani access yewe, but first of all our deepest sympathies to the family of our dear friend and the elder and leader and Umukuuka Bob Mushikori kama kali Bob Mudoda was somewhere Umusai wa Budoda is my home, so I feel a personal connection. And of course Kwamanya Bob from here in the USA, Arikulimwalington, Virginia, with my family. And we're glad to meet all of you on this call. I'm saying names and people that I've heard about but never seen before. And I'm glad that we have a good community. Family Bob Baliano, Mumanya Muri, you have all of our support and sympathies and good wishes. To escort our good friend and dear friend Bob.
Okay. Nabashesele isemire peke kwamanya Bob of course kwamengo hulira kama kalina. He was like an adopted son mu family yefe era ngane kwabere mu masika kapa pengo abayolukali era wakulomelare alimai wefe nga ni ashiri kutie Canada ta ala prophesyinga leadership yewe iye hulidinga bamasabu ni nashiryonewe kusima were mu byose cyana byesi ahola byesi wera murambisa mu bulamu bwewe yahulya twera ni bale bebe face cyana hulira kamasika hugumyangane muri sina Yesu Kristo abashesere mwesi cyana. Amina. Nakupire California.
Amen.
Balebe na se hemba heseho na abasimire nabi. Se Betty Wako, I'm calling here from Texas. Na abasimire mwesi tana era kino chimitambo chimikali ne who we got at who we supporting at such a difficult time is the best we can do. Balebe n'abasiimire mwesiita.
Balebe ise Matia Wangwe Wasije. Juliano, hold on. Hello. You know we have different units more too, so let me see if we can. Okay, there we go. Se bari Matia Wangwe Wasije. We wase nayo mwenani kanika ko alisa mkwe ya motu na ya aliku nayo kwa zoom iyewe. Kama kali Gertrude na vone Sarah ni basi ya mwesi tana. Bob was a great family person, and unfortunately enough, one of my children is losing his godparent. Kama kali sebo kwa mubone kwa vile Uganda. I did not have a chance to talk to him this time we were there, but James niwa humbira wa Bobby Canada. We've made so many trips. We used to make so many trips to Canada to spend a weekend with him. He will be dearly missed by all of us. Nabona abandu bakali. Some I know, some I don't know, some I've taken long without seeing. Nenga face it, and we've lost a leader, we've lost a brother, we've lost an uncle, we've lost a friend. Wela mweshi umuroshire.
Balevena seke bache seko. Bana meno gase bananga Jane Gidud Msubuga na ikala no Georgia mu Atlanta. Masiga magali nabi midambo migali nabi. Esi family iri family yo Bob ilo mukana ose Gertrude ni babana midambo migali yaye. Kuli adwena ni balebe bose bali ku mukutu guno midambo migali nabi kale sabeti wanyala kuba buadwera sabire moyo go mugenzi wera gwechi umulo kube adwena nga kulira masiga gefe adwena nga bamasaba wera amwechi umulo cheji mirembe wera abagumye mwesizana n'abachesere.
Mina.
Balebe sahemba heseho ise kama sinakase ali Christine Kakai balala bananga balisara banga bebuyaka imbale bananga balisara ise ndiano mu East London nasembe tubasaho balebe hulira nabi umulebe wefe Bobu. Bobu is a family name, is a household name. Era bakali munakani hahu Bobu munamanya Bobu nibasabula iwa Bobu. Was the signal first it's a who you know atwera kuri kumulundu kunyowa nga Bobu niyo hulera atwera sinaba very significant. Bobu wilo sere hu musabira ati ni lukosi balebe basale babana mai kubasasira nabi kimitambo mwanyala balebe mwesitsana kwitubasa ku family holirire Bobu atwera nasimire.
Okay, balebe kuli ni face it na kuli mo kuli ho participating ni balala bashiri ho joining utsaho hakako kurana both languages masaba ni Zong. It's a kusabandi muting every mundo for a short period. And a new program, but in between as we keep going, can opening up face it and who sharing our greetings to especially face it and holy mono as mourners. Nashirio want to believe in the Bafura, not all of us, for in the tentative program, the hot time with our way, yes, for very nayo, meeting a very steady close to 30 minutes ago, it lasted 2 hours. Hakaho time, face sana, yomulebe wefe, sale wefe, kulina bikali byesi, wandikanire hukanika, ne time yiza okufikiri sata. Isenga na hukanika abesa basawa tsine, era nakona ninyo hanatandika hukanika ebi. Inase na hakaho kuikati mbaba. Kale nandirombere ndi kusabe fesi tsana kulini functions itsi hufukirisa ukwemitinga singa munyala mutinga mwabene obanya na mutinga buli mundu ne kusabe mire akutandike mire peke akutandike with a short prayer niyo kuhakeko kuirosera nga mire wamalire tunasaba Chris na makora akutandikise ni anthem ye bamasaba balalanula kwa kuchimanya cha kuli n'umundu ikimanyire urayokala na kulidinga through that ni family ya kusabire kumwenya kubere around nadala afe bafura akristayo pese kwa kulire kumwena kukuro makuru it is all well with my soul. So that will be the next one on that niyo Mare Oremolundi who introducing the whole program and some of the changes that might come along as we move on. Emwesi Chalamanyala, Singamiro Nyalawa leading through a prayer will be grateful.
Kalebalebe. Okay. Sorry. Ya hakusabe papa wele hukusema nabi luna hulwesha lero wanyala hukurera atwera nga bamasaba papa wele hukwizira atwera lwehuba hulihuliro mulebe wefe yaya wefe kuka wefe Bob papa wele wahusimire nabi byositsana byesi wamurambisa papa wele kukusima nabi lwehuba wamurambisa nabi kurere fe bamasaba ibalingo ibali mu diaspora wahurera atwera ku papa wele era papa wele hwitsire mukiseera shino nga hukana husima lwebulamu bwewe nga nahukana huselebrate nga bulamu bwewe papa wele nihulirira atwera fesitsana nga bamasaba papa wele we mungaji hukusima nabi lweshiseera shino isi huli atwera fesitsana hwafirire ne hufurisa ku papa wele babana bewe mucherema wewe papa wele balebe baliyambi wositsana papa wele osaba fesitsana uhugumye ku papa wele lwehube wenyene unyala wahugumya ku papa wele we mungaji hukusima nabi lweshiseera shino isi huli atwera papa wele ninashiryo shiseera shino kusaba huli wiyongere huba ninafe era byositsana ibitsya huholeha ube ninafe ku papa wele era ohugumye nabi papa wele ninashiryo kusaba huli wiyongere huba atwera ninafe era nilitu lilyefe lye bamasaba liyongere hutya mumoni nga umulebe wefe Bob nalitandihisa era walitimisa era husaba huli liyongere hutya mumoni ku papa wele husaba hulube atwera ninafe mu buli shindu shesi hukola ninashiryo bino bifiti hwabisabire hubera muri sina Yesu Kristo mukama wafe amina.
Amina.
Ni national anthem, Inzu anthem, national anthem here US so that we know why not.
Imawele lweshishalo masaba Umukuuka wefe uwe shirifa Shirimo imwanyi nilukindi masaba Shirimo ibindu biyangisa babandu Usime wele uwe shirifa Abongerezi habihunine nine Beba masaba
Eva masaba kube hadwena nekumbeke chichalo chefe masaba usima mwabo mogoya ni wanale abaleta biguga byeva masaba biguga byasala inzu ya kusimelweliswa ni bulamu bwene kusimelwele lwekirifa apongereze kabiko ninenine eba masaba kube hadwera nekombeke chichalo chefe masaba ulomba wele ali umugugwa amwega majesi nibula mubuleri akoyede kungone ifaruyende kwendela se kwenyuke fera masaba usembe wele uwechirifa ongereze kabiko ninenine eva
Atwela nehombe shishalo
masaba.
You people have tried.
Someone is controlling my screen.
It is Chris.
Someone is controlling my screen. Okay. Are we supposed to go to the national anthem of Uganda?
No. We've just done the anthem. That is the Inzo anthem. The next one is the Christian song, All is Well. It's well with my soul.
Someone is controlling my screen.
I think mine is under being controlled too.
Someone is controlling my screen. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone is controlling my screen.
Okay, we're back on.
What is that all about? Somebody controlling.
Okay.
Okay, I think we are back.
Okay. Okay. It is well with my soul.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, adverts will be coming in because I'm playing from YouTube, but we'll try to.
And Chris, are you leading us through the?
Sorry, pardon.
Chris, are you able to lead us through the song?
Yeah, I thought it's playing.
No, it's not.
Oh.
We can't hear.
Oh. I can hear it on my side again. Something has gone wrong. There's somebody who is controlling my screen again. Okay, I got it back. Sorry about that. I don't know how that happens. Betty, can you hear me, please?
Can hear you.
Yes, could you send the link again? It was closed.
Which link?
The one you sent for the songs.
I don't think I have the link.
It is well with my soul hymn.
Right. I don't. You got it directly on the website, if I remember.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm checking your text. If there's nothing.
Okay, I hope it can help us.
Not here.
When peace like a
River of blessed
In sorrows like sea, or snow.
My soul.
Though Satan should buffet, though trials should come, let this blessed assurance control, that God
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
All right, for some reason, I'm not getting my full screen here.
Chris has to unshare his screen.
Okay.
All right, valide Juliano Sebarina Bitao James was Chatham, Washington, and who Hakako Ramba as a moderator. I'll be taking you through this for reasons beyond anything else. We are in North America. We have the family of Mr. late Bob Mushikori. We have all of us here. We have some people in from Uganda, Dublin, London. I've had West Coast, East Coast. So the time zones really will affect our performance here. But we are all here to reflect and appreciate the time God gave us with our brother, our friend, our relative, the late Umukuuka too, who happens to be our own, especially in North America, Mr. Bob Mushikori. At this time though, even if by culture, and all of us who are here are very connected to Bob Mushikori, we have to recognize that there is what we've really gone around to know, that there is immediate family to all this. And I want to appreciate every member of the family. I want to believe Gertrude Mushikori, you are in the room, and as the wife that we've known, many of us have gone through that home. And we do have the children who we also hope and believe. Some of them said hello to us as they got into the chat room. Apollo, Sarah, Caroline, Dennis, John, Lydia, Saul. We share this grief with you. We can all say your dad, Gertrude, your husband, was close to all of us, but you are the immediate family. We'll keep adding onto a lot of this, but this meeting, the vigil here, is again, like it's mentioned, to reflect on the time, on the impact, on the life that our brother, or my brother and friend, Mr. Bob Mushikori had with us through his time. We shall be giving speeches. We have the program. I will be cutting a few things out and adding in a few. As we plan on having Bob Mushikori being put to rest, laid to rest, the end of this month, hopefully in Uganda, we shall seek and work on everybody's support to make this happen and have a befitting funeral for him. We should feel obligated that we have of ours, Gertrude in Canada, and the children, and we got to give all the support we possibly can. We simply can't stand behind this. I will not get into any speeches. I'll try not to give a speech, but I would really also want to appreciate the NAMCA team in North America that has put this up and called in all other organs around the world to join in appreciating the life of Bob Mushikori. I'll go ahead and request, according to the program here, to request that we have a word or two, and I'm going to limit it to just a few minutes. So please let me welcome the president of NAMCA, Dr. Betty Wakou, and after that we'll have Mr. Andrew Mongoma, the trustee, to also have a few words. Please limit your words so that we can have more members who are here attending to also have a word or two of introducing themselves and also appreciating the impact of Bob Mushikori in their life. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator James. And thank you all, Masaba, on the forum, UK, Canada, Uganda, South Africa, America, and everywhere else. You're most welcome. And James, you've limited me with the words, but let me try my best. Chimitambo chimikali midambiro navi to Mrs. Mushikori, the children, and all of us here who know Bob, and all of us who have been led by Bob. I greet you all and welcome you to this vigil to stand together with the Mushikori family, with Bamasaba and friends. It was with great shock and sadness on Monday, January 4th, that we learned of the passing on of His Highness Umukuuka II, Bob Saul Kipiro Mushikori. Therefore, on behalf of the people of Bamasaba in the diaspora, and on behalf of the NAMCA Board of Directors, I wish to convey our deepest sympathy to the grieving children, family, Inzu Masaba, friends, and the entire Bamasaba communities here and in the Bugisu sub-region. We have lost our leader, we've lost our father, we've lost our grandfather, a husband, a friend, and may I say a relative. James, can you help me to admit, please? Thank you. Sorry about that. And we have lost the love of a man. And in Bob, we found all these things. Friends, Bob was a leader, a politician, and a great student of psychology, I must say. He knew what we wanted, and he really met everyone's need, whoever met him in his life. And I would say he's one of those who set his eyes on the ball and actually went for it. Friends, the late Bob was a true Masaba who has devoted his life to culture. And I'll say this because I do not remember while Bob was in Canada, a day when we had the convention when Bob did not wear his cultural isumbati or something, whatever it was called. He always put culture first, and he would also go along and list our leaders who died in the Bugisu sub-region, the Natolos, and we respected that because none of us at the time we grew knew anything like that. And I would say that I stand here today because of the late Mushikori and a group of other Bamasaba who felt that being in the diaspora alone was not a good thing if you did not have your culture and have friends to network with. So that's how one group of these people started this organization, NAMCA, and I will say thank you to the late Bob and the friends who started the organization, because we have networked. I won't know none of you, and maybe you will know many people if it wasn't how we've networked over the years. And I will say that to the family of Bob Mushikori, accept our heartfelt sympathy on the passing of your father. To Inzu Masaba, we are so sorry for the loss of an outgoing Umukuuka II. To Bamasaba in Canada, where Bob made most of his life, very many years, as we know. I'm very sorry. We all know that he's a man who, if he had you and Mumasaba coming to Canada, he would probably come to the airport and pick you up and probably extend his home to you or dine with you. To the Bamasaba in the USA, he visited. We also visited, and he would roll out the red carpet for us. And I'll say this without shame. He loves this man, my husband, so much, Nicholas Wako. And, you know, we were treated like royalty when we would visit. And I cannot maybe say to Imuka in UK, who Bob most recently visited. And you hosted. Please remember the visit and what you shared and cherish it, for he will not be visiting again. To Inzu Yamasaba, I will say, let's bring unity to Inzu Yamasaba. And we all have a lot to say. I have a lot to say. But I will say Bob loved a lot. He smiled a beautiful smile. He was always smartly dressed. You cannot say no to about Bob on that. His suits, whatever it was, even when he was at home, I'm like, you're at home. But, you know, I live in America. We can dress any way we want at home. But this guy was always smartly dressed. He was a man full of love and room for more. And that is an amazing thing. I don't think he had a grudge in his bone ever. And because of his love, he extended and shared. And so sometimes in my heart, I say, maybe because of all that love, he would have had mansions all over the world, but he just simply loved to share whatever he had with all of us. And for that, we are grateful. And for that, we shall remember him. And we know he also enjoyed his life. And really, this is a man who came to Canada, left to go to Uganda. Like I said, he shot for the big one. He went back because he loved culture. He went back and actually became the second Umukuuka from the diaspora, the second Umukuuka to the Inzu Yamasaba, one of the youngest cultural institutions, I must say. And we are grateful for that leadership. We look towards it. I urge us and the children and his friends to, you know, look at all those achievements and be grateful and have the memory of that. He has departed. The late Bob has departed, but his love will surely remain with us and will continue to light the very many lives he touched. And I said to all Bamasaba, I don't remember the quote, but it is in the darkest moments that we must focus to see the light. And so I hope you all here can work for our unity and development and with love for all. I wish you all comfort and pray that the memories you have shared with Bob will bring you strength and comfort. And that's what I know is supporting me at this point. I will also say to the children, may the memory of your father and our messages help to comfort you in your sorrow. Be strong, for your dad was strong. You have our love, you have our concern, and we care about you. You'll be in our thoughts and in our prayers. And before I end, I would like to say that we have opened the condolence wall, and it will be shared in the chat room. Please write a message for the family and a message for Bamasaba so that we can be comforted during this time. We also would like to honor His Highness for his leadership and contributions. And we have also opened up avenues for contributions so that we can celebrate and honor his send off. I will also add that as we will eventually lay the late Bob to rest, that COVID is real. You've already heard on the platform people who have gone through the roughness of this disease. So leaders in Uganda, please observe social distancing, observe protocols, especially when serving meals, because that is the most dangerous part. And that's how we are here suffering because of the Christmas holidays, the Thanksgiving we've had. The New Year is because we got together, we breathed the disease and we are sick. So please observe protocols during the burial and especially with serving of the food. And Uncle Bob, you'll be missed. Fare ye well. May your soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Balebe, from my family, from the NAMCA Board of Directors. Thank you.
Well, wasimire nabi Betty wako hukuberesa mubyo. We are grateful. Thanks for chairing and leading us as Vama Sava in North America. Folks, we had, there was a question that came up earlier on about anthems. We did not go with all the anthems because, partially because this virtual meeting is covering many countries and continents. And so we, if we are to take the US anthem, since I'm reporting from the US, then Canada anthem probably would have requested to come first, and Uganda would have also requested theirs, in South Africa, and all around UK and so forth. So we skipped the anthems on that also because of time. Bob Wabo Arewa Fesi Tsana, we are all grateful to have had Bob in our life. We're gonna ask the chair, Mr. Andrew Mongoma, as a trustee, to also have a few words. Andrew, I'm gonna limit you, I don't know, 5 minutes, or can you make it in slightly not around that 5 minutes so that we get others get in to say more words about the late Bob Mushikori.
Thank you, James. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we need a little, be a little louder, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, James. Thank you, everybody, for coming. To my Gertrude and all the Mushikori children, Apollo, Saulo, Dennis, Lydia, and Sarah. I don't know whether I've left out anybody. All the members of the Vasai clan in Bududa, to Inzo Yamasava, and all Vamasava all over the world. On behalf of the Trustee Council of the North America Masaba Cultural Association, it is with deep sorrow and grief that I extend my deepest condolences to all of you following the death of our great leader, Welu Kosi, Umukuuka Masaba, Bob Saulo Kipiro Mushikori, fondly referred to also by very many of us as Uncle Bob. Welu Kosi is credited with being one of the principal founding leaders of our organization, and one of the first leaders who actually constituted the first trustee council, then known as the Founders Council. He was somebody, I mean, people just followed and admired and many times learned from and even tried to impress. He's someone who even also elicited a lot of rebellion in all equal measure. So he was a very well-rounded in terms of how many people reacted to him. However, one thing you can always point out, he was a consummate people person, and with a great political mind. He could comfortably fit in across social class, across generations. And I remember, I mean, I was very, very, very close to Uncle Bob, and he visited me, my place in San Diego. So I got to know him really well. Even several times I went to visit him in Uganda. At one point, I remember going to meet him, you know, in mingling with his fellow Vamasava in one of the Balwa places in Bugolobi. And I sat next to him in a makeshift bench. And so, you know, as is customary, you know, the luseshe is passed around, and it was passed to me. And I think he noticed that I was going to pass. So he whispered to me, and he just said, just pretend to suck and then pass it on to me. Now, the reason I tell that story is because he was very aware that there's a camaraderie and a community spirit going on. And by me just rejecting that, I would kind of break the spirit. And he wanted it going on. So that was a valuable lesson to me about understanding how to just mingle with people, whether or not you agreed or shared their practices. One the things that is undoubted was his vision for Vamasava, and centered around the idea of creating a force of unity of all Vamasava everywhere in the world, to create prosperity for all, and to create a sense of purpose for all Vamasava. He was just a natural leader. I'm personally actually incredibly grateful for him for single-handedly actually make me connect to Masava culture. Like many young people, I was just not concerned. I was focused on my own life, but he showed me the importance of connecting to your people, to your culture, and how that actually completes your sense of self. And I can tell you, speaking now, I'm a much better person understanding that. And I'm eternally grateful to Welukosi for this. He was in the same breath, he was very passionate about, you know, training young people in leadership. I'm a testament to that. I just started as a normal member of NAMCA. And then, you know, he made the bold move of appointing me the vice president, and eventually culminated to being president of NAMCA, a position I thoroughly enjoyed serving. And he single-handedly, I credit him for that. Now, the reason I raise that point is Ruko, he was very focused and had a very foresighted type of leadership. You'd not understand where he's trying to go if you did not see the foresight. And now we see the foresight. NAMCA is now constituted as one of the most stable diaspora organizations, one of the oldest, and we owe that a lot to Uwe Lukosi's focus. He was very, while in NAMCA, we'll remember him for just pursuing very bold and visionary and ambitious ideas. I remember part of this, we purchased land in Bali with the idea of erecting a 10-story building. At the time, this was seen as a pie in the sky, but as the years go by, it's becoming more and more something we are pursuing. He introduced the idea of life and repatriation insurance for all members of NAMCA. I remember during his tenure, everybody and their dependents who were members of NAMCA were covered. And one of the biggest things is that he bridged the gap between the diaspora and the homeland, where he spearheaded a local NAMCA office, but also he actively lobbied for the participation of the diaspora in Inzuya Masaba. And in fact, today, I think we have 2 or 3, I'm not sure, permanent positions in the Cultural Council of Inzuya Masaba. And that is all credited to Umukuuka, to Bob Mushikori. And one of the projects I remember that is very close to Uncle Bob and that I want to bring up is the Education Resource Center. And this was one of his really projects that he was very passionate about. And it was a building that he again proposed where a community center with medical facilities, a library, an amphitheater would be erected in Bali. And in his memory, I urge all of us, all of Masaba, to continually keep that project in mind, because I think it will be one of those projects that will further cement his legacy to his already very illustrious life. Not to take up your time, I want to conclude with the words Umukuuka always used when he ended any speech. Webu Twela, Weba Masaba. May the soul of our faithful departed leader, father, and friend, through the mercy of God, rest in eternal peace. Thank you, members. Thank you for listening to me. God bless.
Well, Wasimile Nabi, thank you, Andrew. I'm hoping again that we do have the family in the room. We have a lot to reflect on Bob. I, for one, knew Bob long time ago, many years ago. I don't even know how many anymore. But as I had other members come into the group saying, guys, from Bududa, Umusai, we are looking at probably putting him to rest, Mobasai in Bududa towards the end of the month. Of course, for many of us that knew Bob in Forest, Mrs. Wako, you mentioned that Isumbati, but many of us knew Bob in North America as the only person who drove his car with the personal number plates as in Mbale 1. And it was always in Mbale 1 all over North America. I spent time with Bob last year, 2020, in April. I was in Uganda and spent time with him. He was not well, but he was still moving on, running his duties and feeling that he really has to serve his people in Uganda. It's very hard for us in diaspora to pack up, leave your children, leave your spouse, leave everything, the warm water and all that, the highways, and say you are going to serve your people back in Uganda. It's quite a challenge. Bob decided he's gonna do that. He moved out there. I was him in April last year, tried to talk him into, why don't you just pack up and come back into North America? And he felt there is still more he can do and he should do for his people in Uganda. I was there again last year, still in August of 2020, a few months ago. I spent time again with Bob and demanded that I return with him on November 2nd. I was returning, my flight was November 2nd, and I got close to really moving with him. I went out with him and did our COVID test October 30th of last year. That's a few months ago. And on November 1st, we both got our results back that we were negative on COVID, and we were supposed to get on a flight on November 2nd. It did not happen again. There were complications, and he was saying, you know, he really wanted to do a real transition, a proper transition from one Umukuuka to the other. And I really got really upset at that he was not looking out for himself. He was looking out for all Bamasava. I feel like I was selfish to some point, but I also wanted him as a friend to really pack up and come back this side, especially as Betty Wako mentioned that COVID is real and Uganda is challenging. Yes, Uganda is challenging, but Bob had his life in Uganda. He had his life here. He continuously talked about his family, his immediate family also, who have reached out to all the children that are in Canada. Many of us, again, in diaspora, we've lost beloved ones, and we know the challenges that are at home putting somebody to rest. It is, we can hear anything from the government, from other friends should do it, and so forth. Folks, it really doesn't, it rarely happens that way. We really got to step up to it and work on really contributing and putting Bob to rest. The other thing that is out there that I've had, and I've also had the opportunity to go with Bob Mushikori to see where he wanted his residence to be. And he had started on his residence in Bududa. He has put up a structure out there. Unfortunately, he has not gotten to finish it. But it's my prayers that the family will be able to focus on that and get to put a foundation to where they really come from. Their DNA really sends us back all the way there. They should know that they did not die in vain. He tried to do something and he put a foundation for all of them there. So in our forums and as we keep going, we're gonna hear about the possibility of doing a little more and contributing towards Bob's house. Bob could have finished the house. He could have decided to stay like many of us in North America and say, my home is here. But he decided to go out there and he was working on his house. It's close to roofing. So the next phase would be really roofing that house and then move on. So I'm hoping our contributions will go far enough for us to support the family in all ways, wherever they are, in the US, Uganda, in Canada, and to make a good landing for them in Uganda, especially as they plan to travel and escort their dad and husband to rest. So I appeal to fellow Bamasava and friends of Bamasava to contribute generously. In the chat room, I've seen Millie has posted means of sending your contributions. There are various ways ways of sending support to the family. Millie is in the chat line, so whenever you get a chance and you have any question on what other way you can send your contribution, even if it's a promissory note, for now, please do, and let's get to a good start on that. I'm gonna ask the family, which is both in Canada that I know and in New York, to come on board here and say something to us before we move to the next part of the program. Would say former presidents, who would be Dr. Florence Wakoko and Engineer Nicholas Wako. But I'll request that we hit to the back end. We have other speakers that are in diaspora and some who are in Uganda. I saw Dr. Mongoma in Uganda. It's past hours in Uganda, and he said, you know, he was about to sleep. So we might have to get down to others that are in Uganda to say a word, and then Europe to say a word and then come back in the US since we have a little more time on our end. But again, depending on time, I would really want to open up we have as many as 72 participants in this group. So hopefully around the corner, we can all have 30 seconds or so to say a word through this, or to at least introduce ourselves. So Gertrude, Mushikori, if you are there, and the children, please share the time with you.
Who's? Hi.
Oh my God. I just sat down and ripped.
Ntiena mwesibalire manyala kusapotinganira abaana kuba ninaffe mu biseera by'ekkulira. It's hard times. It's a very hard time. And I won't have really much to say, but just to thank all of you for this day to be with us as a family. I don't, Bob, if I start a story, it will take a whole day. But I'm just gonna summarize. Bob was a person of all of us. Not only Vagisu, not only Ugandans, but Africa. And you could drop Bob anywhere and he will come with a person in the house. He wanted unity for Bugisu. He loved Bugisu. And I'm glad that he died doing what he really, really loved. It was core to his heart. And he's died doing that. He wanted unity. If there was a way Bob could make Bugisu to be like Buckingham in a second, he would have made it. But it would take him ages. We used to have a lot of arguments as partners when he starts talking of his dream of uniting, of going to Bugisu and be a leader of Bugisu and bring Bugisu together and whatever. And I would say, what are you doing? What are you saying? And as we as women, you can fill in the gaps. And of course, being a Mudadli, as here they said, the angry black woman, sometimes I would be the angry Mudadli woman. And some of you who are Mudadli, you know what it means to be a Mudadli angry woman. But he fulfilled it. Not all of it's very rare that most of us get opportunity or a chance to fulfill our dream. Bob always wanted when we talked of our end of life sometimes, his wish was to rest at home. He never wanted, if at all it happened, any end of life happened, not to end up in North America or elsewhere. He loved Visai, where he is born. And I'm glad that he's going to end up home where he loved. Bob loved his family, he loved his children in a different way. He didn't know how to show love to his kids. He was a tough father who I think his children think he didn't care less. But he loved them, and I know that. And he gave them tough love. I've been reflecting and saying, what could have been in his brain at that point? I feel that he wanted to prepare them for the tough world out there. And maybe in his head back there, at the back of his back of his head, he knew he may not be with them for too long in the adult life. So I think He wanted them to be able to support and live and face the world by themselves without being a father behind. It hurts to see your children losing their father, being without a father. But I pray that God is going to support us, is going to be with us, is going to guide them. And I ask Bob, wherever you are, I don't know. I don't know if I will be able to take on this. I don't know to call it a job or to call it whatever which you have left for me. I don't know. I'll just ask you for wherever you are to watch over them. I believe when we go somewhere, I think somewhere we are wandering in wherever we are. As Christians, we say we're going to our Lord, but I think at the same time, I think we are around your loved ones. And if that's so, just always guide them, keep them strong. That's what I'll ask for you, Bob. Rest in peace. You loved your people, you wanted to join. Bob's story was that we can all talk, as James said, go to bed, wake up, maybe for 4 days. But thank you all of you for being with us at this time. May God support all of us, because everybody who is there has their own experience with Bob, their own special moments. Whoever was with Bob, you are special to him. So we are all grieving, we are all saddened, we are all hurting, but let's support each other. And thank you. His grandchildren, those who had a chance, the first two, at least they know him better. He loved our first grandchild. When this girl was born, it made, like Bob is sick. His lifetime. He went with her everywhere. Then the second one came. Then Sarah, I thank you for having able to take the 3 boys for the last 2 years to see their grandfather, to have that opportunity of sharing that the short time they would be with him. We have those who don't know him yet. We have the youngest here, who's called Kingston. He didn't get an opportunity, and then Mackenzie didn't get opportunity to see him. But there are those who got little opportunity. I have all the grandkids. It's Shaden, Jaden, Destin, Nashon, Kiki, and Kingston, who are here in Canada with me in Toronto. We are all gathered together. And those who know him a little bit, they are really hurting. So they need that support as the next generation to us, because they are hurting for the grandkids. Those who are in the US, I know there's Apollo's son too, who is also Alstar, who is also hurting. I don't know if he ever got the opportunity to see him. He did. So we thank God for this time that those who had a chance to see them, to see him. And the last time I talked to Bob is the day, a few hours before he died. It was, I think, around 1 a.m. of our time, when he was really, really weak, and his nephew Deus, who was taking care of him. We talked on Sunday around our 10 at 10 a.m. here, I said, Uncle is very weak. And from that time of Sunday, 10 a.m. when I talked to Deus, deep in my heart, I knew Bob was not going to survive. There was that in my brain. I said, this time he's not going to survive. The next I talked to him was around 1 a.m. of our time here, Monday morning, because I work at night. And then the doctor, they had decided to treat him from home because the hospital, it was full of COVID patients. Then it was maybe like 6:45. They called me and he said, the doctor's here, Uncle is taken to the worst. I was in the middle of doing what I'm doing because I work in kind of healthcare. And then I talked to the doctor. He told me, he said, he's taken to the worst. We are taking him to Masaba wing. And I asked my questions, the little I know about health life. He said, okay, we're gonna take him, I'll keep you posted. But I just knew, hardly half an hour, the phone rang. And when I saw the name Deus, I knew what he was telling me. He said, Mom, that Uncle's gone. And I said, I know. But I talked to him at that 1:30. He said he was weak. I was asking him some of the symptoms of COVID. He was saying yes. And but he said, I'm weak, but I'll be okay. He at least managed to ask about his children, how are the kids? I said, they are all okay. And those were our last words that day. And I'm glad for that chance of having talked to him at that moment. He had developed, he was looking towards to coming back. But I think Bob was stubborn. He wanted to hand over before he could. There was no way he would come back without fulfilling what he started. Many times I really, really would get upset with him. I say, come back, and he said, I'll come. Let me finish this. He said, and then I'll come and spend time with my grandchildren. Yeah, a lot of times he regretted how he left his kids, and he ended up, he has spent a lot of time in university. He used to be frustrated about how not getting what he went for, that unity, not having it, not seeing that it's not working. He was very frustrated. And I think it's one of the things that weakened him at all, that he was overstressed too. But I thank God that he did what he did. He will be remembered for that. And I'll request us as Masaba, especially those under the Inzuya Masaba. I don't pay much attention about there, and I don't follow it. But the little I've heard is that there isn't unity. I understand the next Umukuuka, the third is supposed to be from the clan of Mambu, where I belong, but there are now two. That's what I've heard. And I will ask my brothers, Vamasava, Benzuye Mambu, if you are listening to me, please, the clan ye Mambu, nimfujirisani. Mube no Umukuuka mudwena, because there can only be one Umukuuka at the time, not two. So that will carry on this chance which was started for Bagisu to be on the map of in the world, that we also have our own leadership in Bugisu in Uganda. That is all what my wish is, what I will request if people, if India Masaba can hear me, please, let's be united. Let's have this unity, which Bob really, really, really worked for. By having that unity is how we're gonna give him that honor. I think he will lay down there, looking at his people and say, yes, this is the gift that you guys are going to give him. Thank you. Because there are a few, but I've taken longer than maybe I started. Well, I'll very in the first season, and Mwanya Lamavi, and thank you for the support that you are giving to the family.
Do we have anyone else in the family saying something? We are all open to this. I saw Sarah in New York.
There's not much that I think I could say, but everybody knows I loved him so much. I was overprotective over him. I got to take my kids 2018, 2019. I wanted to make it a summer vacation for me and my children. 2020, I didn't get to go because COVID. But I constantly called to check on what he's eating, how he's doing. And now he's left me. I'm trying to hold on. I'm really trying to hold on. But Uncle James, Mom, Uncle James, I know you tried. We tried. Thank you for your support. We talk every day. Thank you for everything. Thank you to my siblings. Thank you. I'm glad that he's not suffering. He's not being stressed by anybody. I know he loved his culture so much. And every time when I went to visit, everywhere he would drive, we'd be driving and just showing me everything. I know he was just so happy. I'm just glad. The last time I spoke to him was around Christmas. And he just kept telling me, I love you, Sarah. I love you, Sarah. It's like he knew he was gonna go. My kids got to speak to him. I'm glad that they got to meet his grandpa. They got to know who he was. May he forever rest in peace. Thank you so much to everyone. My siblings, we're gonna get through this. I know we will. We're gonna be okay. Thank you. Uncle James, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God. I can't do this.
It's Lydia. I just want to say
I've been sitting here and just thinking of all like the memories I've had for him, everything he's like prepared us for. You know, he put us in acting. He made sure we knew how to swim. He put us in boating. He put the girls in etiquette. He made sure we knew how to set a table, how to um, he made sure that we knew how to talk to anybody in this world, whether they were bigger or smaller than us. He prepared us, you know, and he wasn't perfect, but he's what we needed, you know. Um, him and my mom, you know, they worked so hard, and they weren't perfect, but they were what we needed. And I thank you, mommy, and I thank you even, you know, when you guys went through that time, you never said no. That's your father. You always allowed him in the door. He always allowed us in the door. You guys never said bad words about each other. And I thank you for just even still being with him. And I think of all of you guys right now. Uncle James traveling to DC and, you know, traveling to Maryland. I think of everybody right now, all the parties and all the fun times and the pool. I think of all my cousins I made along the way. And if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have known any of you. And thank you. You guys put a smile on my face. And I miss him so much. And I wish I could have seen him. And I can't go home. And I used to cry with him when Auntie Irene died, and my grandma and my grandpa. And he used to tell me, you know, it's so hard, you can't bury your family. Now I really feel how hard it is. You know, I can't say bye. I just want to say thank you to everybody. That's it. And I love everybody, and thank you to my sisters and my brothers. Thank you, Caroline and Auntie Leah, and you know, my sisters that I grew up with and took hours to braid my hair, and I love all of you guys. Thank you.
It's Caroline. I'm dealing with a lot of guilt. I never got a chance to speak to him in the last few years. And I feel bad because I don't know if he knows that I wasn't mad at him. And I loved him. Mushikori was my dad. He's the only father that I know. He raised me. I'm him. The person I've become, the person who I am, is exactly Mushikori. My kids, Mushikori loved my kids. Oh my God, Mushikori loved my kids. He loved my kids so much. I just never got a chance to say bye. Never got a chance to tell him I love him. Never got a chance to say I'm sorry. I never got a chance to say that to tell him that he is my dad. I miss him. And I thought I had time. We were supposed to go and get him. As soon as everything calmed down, me, Mommy, and Lydia, Shadane were supposed to go get him. Just thought I had time. I just wanted to know that I do love him. And I miss him. That's it. I'm sorry.
Who's next?
So,
Yeah, who's next? Sorry.
As his youngest born, like, I don't know, he always kind of gave me the best he could. You know, like anything I ever wanted, anything I ever asked for, you know, like he would go out of his way to kind of give it to me. So, you know, like I got a really unique experience with him. You know, it's like I got taken on all the trips everywhere, you know, like I got taken to every church, every Anglican church across Southern Ontario, you know, like, and having to meet all these people I didn't know and having to deal with all these, like, you know, like these meetings, nonstop meetings. But what it showed me is like my dad had like such a strong sense of community. You know, community was such a big deal to him. And it's, I don't know, it's good to see like that faith he had in community wasn't misplaced. You know, it's like in this Zoom, I look around and I see, you know, like the Ugandan community, the Bugisu community, the Canadian community, like everybody is here to support him and support our family. The amount of calls my mom has been receiving for the past week, the visits, you know, like pandemic or not, you know, it's like Ugandan people are going to be Ugandan people, you know, you can't stop that. So people are going to come and show love and, you know, be safe while they're doing it, but come and show love and come and pay their respects and come and give their last kind of goodbye and their last send off to my dad. And I appreciate that. I'm happy to know that his faith in community wasn't misplaced. And I don't know, I want to thank everybody for doing this, for reaching out. And yeah, thank you.
She didn't. She didn't. That's it. Yeah, she didn't come. Then this one, anyone wants to say something?
hi, everyone. I'm Shadeen. His oldest grandchild. And for me, this is really hard because I haven't seen my grandfather in 7 years. And if all of this COVID stuff wasn't going on, we were going to go and get him. We had to get him. And for this to be the end, you know, I don't have a bad memory of him. I loved my grandfather so much. This is the worst pain I think I've ever felt in my life. I've never lost anyone, especially anybody so close to my heart. And every time I think about him, it always, you know, puts a smile on my face because he touched so many people. He was such a beautiful person when I used to go out with him, and especially when we used to go to church. Like, he would take over a room, his personality, his voice. Like, my grandpa was an amazing man, and I'm just really sad that he had to go so soon, and I'm glad he got to enjoy and live his life. And I just wish I could have had my final moments just to say goodbye. I did get the chance to speak to him, and it really hurt me because he was so sick. And even throughout everything, you know, he was positive. He was loving, and he just made sure just to tell everyone that he loved them and that he'll always love them. And I just miss him so much. And, you know, I wish things turned out differently. It's just really hard.
Just want to say something.
Oh, God, the drink. She didn't need a dog. Can we get What you said, seriously.
Does Jaden want to say something?
Hi, my name is Destiny, one of his grandchildren. And although I didn't know my grandpa for that long, the chance that I did get to have a memory of him 7 years ago and just hear his story and hear what he's done for our family, it just shows like how strong he is and what a leader he is, and his story and what he's done for us, for the Ugandan community, will forever live on. And I just love him so much. And I wish we had a chance to have more memories together. But I just thank you all for sending your love and support to the family. And may his soul just rest in peace. And thank you.
Does Jaden want to say something? Jaden?
Yeah.
Okay, come. Huh? You don't want to? You're not ready? Okay. Maria? No, finish. Okay. Anybody else?
It's all over finishing.
May I say something? May I say something, please?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Roslyn Wotiama. I'm not a Mushikori, but in a way, I'm family. Uncle Bob was my uncle. When I came, I'm actually in Canada, in Toronto, Canada. When I came to this country, Uncle Bob received me, and he became like a father figure. He spoiled me, he showed off. He had got a new daughter, and I'm so grateful for having found him here. I'm so grateful to Auntie Gertrude. Even if they had a full house, they always had room for somebody else. And since Uncle Bob passed, I've heard so many stories, because here in Canada, we are so many that passed through his house, through their house. They never sent us off. They opened their doors for all of us. I know I'll miss him. He was funny, and his love for culture. There are times I would move with him and I would just be like, oh, Uncle Bob, do you have to let people know about all these things about Abagisu? Today, I appreciate him. I appreciate the things that he taught me about my culture. I just want to say thank you to the family, Sarah, Carol, Lydia. When I came, Saul was a baby and Shidane was a baby in the house, but they still had room for me. I know I'll miss Uncle Bob so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
This is Caroline Mays. Some of you may know me from Toronto days. I'm a Mushikori at heart. For those of you that don't know, I came to Canada in 1990. I was fairly young. I was a teenager with just my brother. And Uncle Bob, who is really a dad to me, we went to Hamilton. My brother and I went to Hamilton. And he and my mom, Gertrude, showed up in the apartment and told my brother, you cannot take care of your sister. I knew your father, Billy, and we are going to take your sister and she's going to live with us. Mind you, just showed up in Canada, don't know this person, not related to me. And here it is, pack your bags, we're going to Toronto. So that's how my story starts. He and my mom Gertrude became my parents. Embraced me. I got to that house. There were 7 other kids. I became the 8th kid and the oldest. And there were 2 Carolines in the house. You heard the other Caroline speak. That was known as Little Caroline, and I was known as the Big Caroline in that house. If all of you remember, Sherwin House. I call that the halfway house. Every Ugandan has been mentioned as went through that house. And what I could tell you, I don't call him Uncle Bob. Dad was and is a giant with a big heart to welcome a kid he didn't know. I'm from Langi in northern Uganda. My dad, we lived in Umbala when I was young, before everything unraveled. I didn't know him, but I knew my dad. And for this man to take this Langi kid, he didn't know, he just knew my dad, and embrace me and bring him in his house. I'll tell you a little bit. I became part of that household. I was just one of the 8 kids. They didn't treat me as an outsider. And Uncle Bob, you know, he used to laugh at me because when, you know, he reprimanded me or anything, I didn't say anything. I went and lay down and cry in my pillow. And what I used to tell everybody, you would laugh, it would be like, oh my goodness, I've never met a kid that can cry and soak up her pillow. You know, those are the things he told me, but I could tell you, it made me who I am today. You know, Mom Gertrude talked about the tough love he gave. He gave every kid in that house tough love, including me. But for me, I translated that tough love to make him proud. And I'll tell you, I came to Canada in 1990. I had never finished high school in Uganda. I finished high school in that house. I went to university, and you know, Mom Gertrude and Dad Bob drove me to University of Waterloo, you know, and Mom sent me a picture of them taking me there, and you know, I went to school. But before I even went there, they had a big party in Toronto to celebrate that success because he believed in us. He believed in all of us. When I graduated from Waterloo, they had another big party in Toronto to celebrate my graduation. I'm who I am today because of him. He loved every Ugandan. You know how many kids, teenagers at that point in Uganda, in Canada, there was a lot of us that were teenagers. But you know, that house was open to every kid. You know, there's no kid, you know, in Canada at that time that didn't come to that house. You know, sometimes it's like there will be thousands of kids and thousands of adults in the house. And Mom, you know, and Sarah and Caroline, everybody who would be in that kitchen cooking all day, you know, and sometimes all night. You know, people will eat and drink and sleep anywhere. You know, we wake up in the morning, people are sleeping on the couch. That was the man, you know, I knew that was so loving. You know, somebody talked about Mbala 1. He taught me how to drive. There was only 2 drivers in that house at that time when I lived there. It was him and I. You know, so either he's driving Mbala 1 or I'm driving Mbala 1. You know, the parties, etc., dropping everybody. You know, so it was like, you know, again, I can go on, but I want to just say, I love you, Mom, Gertrude, Polo, Sarah, Dennis, Caroline, John, Lydia, and all the grandkids. Love you. You know, Saul was a little baby. I grew up with all of them. I remember when it was time for school, you know, everybody would line up to go take a shower. It was time for, you know, everybody would dress up, take a picture on the stairways to go to school. You know, everybody was young then. But now to see everybody grown, it was because he did that. He cared about the family and he cared about the Ugandan community. I remember going to Washington, D.C. Uncle James, you probably don't remember me, but yeah, you know, we'd drive to pack up everybody in Mbala 1, and we're driving from Toronto to D.C. and parties and different things, New York, you know, with Auntie Demily and others. So there's just a lot of memories that he created and the community. So I want to celebrate his life. You know, he did his work. A lot of it he did in Canada, and a lot of it he did in Uganda in the last hours of his lives. He did that in Uganda. That was God's work. That was his purpose. It was meant to end this way. It's not an accident, you know, so we just have to celebrate the life. And thank you all, Ugandan community, for coming together and celebrating his life. And just appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Can you give me a second here, please?
Okay.
Yeah, so we can really continue. We have a long program. I intend to allow 30 seconds, like I mentioned earlier on, for everybody. Of course, these are testimonies. Thank you, Caroline Mays. Of course, I remember you very well. Rosalind, thank you for also getting in. Valerie, the family, the section here was for the family. I want to thank Gertrude and the children. We are all blessed to have known your husband and your dad. Many of us are blessed to have known the entire family. I, for one, know everybody in that household. Balebe Murio, these are Basai, they are Baduda, and we are going to put Bob to final resting place in Ibusai, in Ibududa. The GoFundMe page is up. There are other ways to send your contributions. On my last count, when I was in Canada, we were 7 children up there of the immediate family. And we had Gertrude there. It was nice. It's nice looking at all of you grown up and all that. Again, saying it's a blessing to have all of you as Vasai coming up and recognizing what your dad and your husband Gertrude especially stands for or stood for. So, and the grandchildren, Shadane, you were just a baby. Recently now you're a fine grown lady that everybody's talking to as one of the eldest, if not the eldest grandchild. It's nice seeing you speak on behalf of your grandfather. To the best of my count, if I go through my list, I think I find about 10 grandchildren. I'll try to double check on my count on that.
Uncle James?
Yes.
Yeah, my oldest son, he wanted to say something. He wasn't able to, but he just wants to say something really quick.
All right, let him say right after me. And then after me, I will ask, have somebody from Uganda who are going to say something. That is the chair of Bamasada in Uganda. Eddie, thank you. I've seen you up there. I am aware we are on the East Coast. We shall create a little time for all of us that are on the East Coast here, especially in Toronto. But we have others who are closing off in Uganda. And I also want to see if we have somebody coming in from South Africa, BASA. We have organizations of Bama Saba, so we have a representative from Uganda, BASA, and that would be Dake Nangoli. Then would also want to see from Inzu Yamasaba, the cultural organization in Uganda, Honorable Wanyala. I'm not sure whether Dr. Mongoma is still around. I'm going to put him online. But the person who has also been very, very, very close and a personal assistant to Kuka brother Umukuuka Bob Mushikori is Matthias in Uganda. He will be coming up here probably as the third person. Then we're gonna go back to I'll really request then after that for everybody to have just 30 seconds. But folks, as we go through the, like I mentioned, we have 7 children in North America that are, while most of them will probably not be able to make it there to give him a farewell, they will with time travel out there to see where their daddy was put to rest. So let's all contribute generously. The chat is there for us to do that. If you have any questions, please send out your messages on chat. I've seen Mire is quite involved onto that. And if you know anybody who has not been able to make it to the function for one reason or another, please pass the information to them. But Sarah Mushikori, let's have hey, the grandchild, definitely grandchildren are loved people. Let the grandchild say something, and then after that, I would really request that we get, if Mr. Zake representing Bama Saba in South Africa is not available, I'm not sure, I'm not seeing in the chat room. We'll ask Matthias to speak after that. Then we're gonna go around to Eddie. Eddie, thank you for holding that post in Toronto. Thank you. Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Justice Capiro Mushikori. They were very close. He wanted to say something.
Hello, everybody. My grandpa, I remember we would go to Africa and he would just like pull me to the side and like have these talks with me and like about being respectful. And I remember I went to the ceremony and like he just inspired me to like be a leader and he showed me everything he's done. And like he just inspired me. He wasn't only my grandfather, but he was also a role model on how to like love his kids, because I've seen how he's taking care of them. And like I love him. And I just know I'm gonna do the same. And I know he's watching us right now. And I'm gonna do everything that I could do to make him proud, because I know he's watching over me. And I just wanted to say I love him.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for raising such a wonderful son and taking the initiative to take him to Uganda for him to know where real home is. Thanks, and commend you for that. Do we have the representative of BASA from South Africa? All right, do we have Christine Kakai on there? After Uganda, probably Christine in Uganda, in UK, you could say something as a representative of Bamasava in Imoka, which is in UK. But Matthias, if you are online, if you're in the chat room, please say something to it. We're gonna try to limit you to 5 minutes, please.
Hello, Valerie. James.
Okay.
James, thank you very much for hosting this.
Can you hold on a second, please? Can you hold on your turn? I was requesting Matthias Nabutere. Yours is coming up just around the corner since you're on the East Coast. I'm sorry I didn't differentiate about the Matthias. But we have Matthias Nabutere, who is the personal assistant to is Matthias Nabutere in here? Matthias and Priscilla. Okay. The next are two people. Before we get back to the East Coast, let's ask Miss Christine Kakai, a sister of mine too that I seem to know as Sarah. If you are available, please, as a representative of IMOCA in United Kingdom. Let's ask if I hear from you.
Thank you very much, James. Fellow mourners, on behalf of IMOCA, and that is in Zumasaba, United Kingdom, I'd like to thank all of you who've come here this evening to join hands, to condole the family, to mourn with the family, and to celebrate the life of a great man. IMCA was set up in 2013. So in comparison to NAMCA, we're very young on the block. And we were privileged to have Bob Mushikori visit the United Kingdom in 2019. He had a visit to Wales when he was at Cardiff by the chairperson of Inzumasaba United Kingdom, Mr. Frank Namisi. Those of you who were on the call at the start had an opportunity to hear Frank say he's just pulling out of a serious illness of COVID. He's been really down over the festive season. So I'm his vice chairperson, so I'm speaking on behalf of the Masaba in UK.
We bring our, sympathies and our condolences. And for us, the memories of our brother Bob are very fresh, because when Frank went to meet him at Cardiff, he and his delegation had brought lirubisi, if you know what that is. If you're Mama Saba, you know what lirubisi is. He'd brought royal food like kamangunyu, and we were just having an argument. Is it kamahunyu, kamangunyu? He brought vitsenze and all the artifacts of our culture. And these are the presents, the gifts that he brought in the UK. We were extremely excited because many of the children that we're bringing up in the UK have never seen, have never heard about these things. And we had them in our possession because Bob brought culture to UK. After visiting in Wales, he visited in Bristol, and he engaged with the Bama Saba in the south, and there. And then he came to London, where we had an opportunity to meet the Uganda High Commission. And this was a very landmark meeting because Bob was advocating coffee to be on the shelves of the high street supermarkets in the UK. He was asking the High Commissioner, why is Elgon coffee, why is Arabica coffee not being served in Uganda, Trafalgar Square in the UK? Why do we have all this Nescafe and all these other, sorts of coffees when we actually have the, organic product? So we started off a dialogue where we were going to have collaboration with the High Commission and see how we could get our products in, on the high streets. We are very, very saddened that shortly after that visit, there was the lockdown. There wasn't any follow-up of the conversation and the discussions that we had had. And we know, what has transpired thereafter. We are very saddened because on that occasion, as we have heard from the previous speakers, Bob was, like a magnet. He pulled together some of the Mama Saba that we had never seen 20 years, 25 years, in the UK for 20 years, we'd never seen them come to any of our events. But when they knew that our cultural leader was, being hosted, people came out in big numbers. We ate kamalea, we danced kamaveka, and Bob broke all the protocols against the advice of, his team. As Umukuuka, he was supposed to sit down and people were supposed to go and show reverence and greet him. He broke those protocols and went around the room, shaking everybody's hand and getting to know who are you, Wamawaena, na Kusala, Sikuka. I mean, the function took so long because Bob wanted to know each and one individually. We are very, very saddened at the loss of such a person, but I believe that from what I've seen today, Bob has not died in vain. His passing is a landmark for us as Bama Saba to unite, to get together and to have one voice and to advocate, for better things for our region. We bring our sympathies to the family, to the friends. When we talk about friends, one person who can bear witness, my sister Betty Gabona has been speaking about how she was hosted in Bob's house whenever she went to Canada. My brother Sam, was, a guest to Bob and Gertrude. So, I mean, it's not only people in Canada. I want to assure you that people coming from Uganda and from other parts of the world are giving the same testimonies about our brother Bob. And I want to say we are very proud of, what he did. May we please not let the light out. May we continue to love. May we be inspired. As his grandchild has said, he was, a role model. May he be a role model for the rest of us to learn to love each other as Bama Saba and to stand together in the unity of Rebutwera. May God bless you. And as James has said, please let's pull together within our communities and support the family and give Bob a befitting send-off. So yeah, please, all our communities, let's stand up to, the call and stand with the family at this time of greatest need. God bless you all, and greetings from the Bamasaba in the UK.
Thank you from the UK. It must be getting a little late out there. It's getting late here on in the US too. Time is catching up on us. We'll still make through all this. Folks, hey, the site is on, the GoFundMe page. Any way you can send any contribution, the family, and we are all family, especially many of us that are in diaspora. We got to support ourselves. We got to do what we can. It's not a question of stretching, it's just pretty much our responsibility to support one another, especially for many of us that have appreciated Bob's life. We've talked of him being Umusai. For your information, I seem to take part of that branch of it, because as for some of you who know, I ended up marrying a Musai also. So find Basai Valley, Hunayu, Canada, ni Bavana Bobo Bositana. I am partially a Musai, and that is why I moved my wedding from the US to Canada to Bob Mushikori's home. And I'm privileged to know all the children and the family. I knew them before. We didn't get anybody from South Africa organization. We've gotten somebody from UK organization. So Basa, I'm knocking that out for now. I don't know whether we had a representative, Honorable David Wanyala, but right now I'm gonna go with, I think I saw Mr. Navitari or Priscilla. I would really want to give you, please, at most 3 minutes. We have many participants. We are 18 here, and I would say of the 80, we probably have 60 that would want to say a word, and I want to get to a point of giving everybody an opportunity to say a word also. We still also have the leaders of organization here in North America, and the former presidents, Dr. Florence Wakoko, Engineer Nicholas Wakoko. I have other representatives of the branches within NAMUCA that are listed to say a word or two to us. But Balebe Kamabugo, Kakuyeta, Kwatya, quite a way onto it.
Hello,
So,
hello.
Nabatele, if you are there, please.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, let's have your 3 minutes on this and share some.
Okay. Good evening, all Ugandan time. And thank you so much, the Diaspora family, for coming up to put up this special show in the memory of His Highness, the late Umukuuka Bob Mushikori. As James said, I'm called Matthias Nabutele. I have been a special assistant to His Highness Umukuuka for all the time he has been in Uganda. So I appreciate his life through Uganda, and also all his friends and family very well. Allow me thank a few people before I go into the detail, because I may forget. First of all, James, thank you so much. And Damari, when you came here about 3 months ago, you actually worked very hard and agreed with my Mama Gertrude to airlift back His Highness to the US. But two things happened. One, Uganda was in a political complex time, but also because of the COVID lockdown. So you did what you could. You went as far as carrying a COVID test and even actually paid for the ticket. I think that was very, very, I can say, a high decision taken by people in diaspora to make sure that you can take back Highness, even then when he was still in office. So I want to, first of all, thank you guys, and let nobody think that you had abandoned His Highness here. You had all time, and we saw how you were acting so fast to make sure that by the time of his end to office, you were already receiving him in all full colors. So to me, that was a very, very big kind of exposure to the community that he used to live with. The second one is that I want to give a brief, just a quick one, on how we lost this battle. By Friday, he was witnessing a handover of a university administration that was in Islamic University in Uganda. So it was between Saturday and Monday that we couldn't run as normal. Of course, his doctor, Dr. Obroko, who has been looking after him for the last 10 years, was standby, and he advised us not to take him in crowded places because of the surroundings of the medical facilities. So I can also guarantee you that His Highness passed on in very strong hands, and a group of all his staff, the family members, his son, his nephew Deus, and the grand kid who is here, and a lady called Hajat, who actually has been his chef for all the time, were all around. So we really gave him all the support, and I don't think he departed when he was really a sad person. He really, even when you see him, you see that he still has his smile on. Now, for the community in diaspora, I will once again tell you this, that he never spent a day without talking about you guys. He never spent a day without saying, oh, you know, guys, I was the president of NAMCA before I became Umukuuka. So all the time, he sneaked through back to you guys. By the time of his death, we were supposed to have left this country with him in April on the 18th. But you all know what happened. The lockdown came in, and then we could not move out. One of the reasons he wanted to come back to Canada at a personal level was that we had registered a company called Canada Uganda Recruitment Agency. And this company was purely to export labor of skilled Wamasaba. He had identified a spectrum of young people, and he was willing to relocate back to Canada and work out mechanisms of actually, again, transforming the community, much as he could have not been an active cultural leader, but make sure that he is in connection to make sure that he creates another layer of young people to drive the community. Today, before this special session, I sent a radio recording that he did about 2016. And you can see the whole land is living in somber, because this is a man who has been acting as a statesman from his childhood. What happened yesterday, a delegation of the burial committee was invited to Kampala. And I can tell you that it is going to be a state funeral. The government of Uganda is going to take all the national colors, and he will rest in the parliament. And we have requested the president to be the guest, the chief mourner. So this is a national character, and the flags are going to fly half-mast. And the government has put that, has taken it up. Because you see, we were meeting the Minister of Gender, and they have made a cabinet brief to the president. So they are looking at logistics and taking this as a national factor. So for us, Bamasaba, once again, not saddened per se, but we are feeling proud every single day that a person who left this country at one time under a hot pursuit has come back to lead his community, but again, he's parting as a national hero. So this is what I call upon all people in the diaspora to emulate his lifestyle and give back to the community. It doesn't matter in what form, but the community will always be with you to the last time. I was happy that yesterday I talked to Mama Gertrude, and she gave a very, very strong family position. which helped us to actually negotiate proper with government about the burial place and what, as a family, they desire. In fact, the government of Uganda is looking at making sure that they get here on time and participate in fully sending off their loved one. So with us here, I can say, yes, we have lost our cultural leader. I can also tell you that majority of Masaba actually are fighting that the cultural leader is placed in a place that everybody can easily see and access as a symbol of unity. He has office and is to create unity, is to create awareness. No one knew about this cultural institution much as it was here for years. But by the time he has left, even Naniba Masaba they sing our anthem. I can refer one time the president of Uganda, while attending a function, he said, when Uganda becomes East Africa, I am going to borrow the anthem of Masaba so that you can share it as East African. So there is a lot that has gone on. And I can say there can never be anything shorter than a national mourning. For us, once again, we feel so proud and we feel happy. Personally, my grandmother is his sister. My grandmother is Msai, but my linking up with him was when he came back here, and there was a lot of suspicion around me. I was a young man trying to do so many things. So the seniors assigned him to kind of bisect me. And then when he did his bisection, he came back and told them, no, you people, you need this young man in the institution because he's meaning well. And from then, 2010, he put me as his ADC. He used to call me his chief of staff. And I can say he always referred to me as his chief of staff. Up to the time of his departure, I am happy that I stood by and felt him up until there was no more heat in his feet. To me, that's more pride than anything I could have done. I thank you so much, and I wish you the best of your evening, those in the morning, and we again hope that this vigil will one time be a calendar event so that we can prolong what he started that he has not finished. I thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Matthias in Uganda. It must be right up there. I'm not sure whether Dr. Stephen Mongoma is still in the chat room, or he has called it a night in Uganda.
I'm still on.
Okay. Can I give you 2 minutes?
I don't have much to say. I think Matthias has said some of the things I was going to say, so I will not say, I'll not repeat. All I want to say that most of you don't know, but we were together with the late Nabumali Jr., 1962. And so I've known him since that time. Then anyway, it's a tough time. I am not, I just feel bad for my children there. I know we used to talk about our children, and I wasn't able to meet except for briefly those who came in 2018. But it's so sad. Gertrude wela ahuambeho ahuise mukamani shiangavise hukanika mulebe wanje. But anyway, mulebe watsiye nefenga nolomele ndihuhakaho ndomela abandu ninywe nyumba siya wahiye hubatwela bindu byose namwibilile bikale ebi kuambila atwelanga bamasaba kuchende kuombe ganulomele Gertrude. Say I'm serious about that. Aliyo balaleba imashibona tawe nika khulombe khuli wele kana khuyete bamasaba khuchendela atwela khukhola ebindu ng'omundu mutwela. And babana, I feel for you, but the Lord is going to be is there to comfort you all. Sir, especially, I know I was very much touched, but the Lord is there with you. I've lost my friend, and but we are all on the way. Nemanyala nabi mwesi tsana bamasaba bali bulafu. I'm trying to see your seats and at least have another, and then we can be able to lay our brother in a dignified manner. We are pressing government, whatever it is, something. If face it, and we need still to be together, whatever we can in kubone kuri at least abana abo bose sanabetsa ya Gertrude khuyetani. Anyway, I don't have much. I'm just too emotional now. I don't want to think too much. Kale bale ube bale.
Passing to Dr. Stephen Mongoma, Uganda. And thanks for standing with Bamasaba and also all that you've done. I think you are not much different from you are all but same feather, leaving North America and saying you are going to serve our people in Uganda. Thank you, Matthias Navitere. Thank you for standing by Bob Mushikori through the times, the challenging times. I talked with you a good number of times, especially at the time you and Dr. Webroko had to take him to Kampala for that scary moment. And all the times I've come to Uganda, I've had an opportunity to interact with you for you to give me information about him. I am proud of you. I'm glad. And my interaction with Bob in Uganda, he really always trusted you and always told me any information about me, just ask Matthias. And you are the person that I stood by. Balala muhamanyire kuri ni nephew wa late Bob Mushikori, but Deus has played a critical role. He is the person who has been especially around his uncle, Bob Mushikori. He is residing at the house and he has been with him all the way until the last moment. So Deus has been in touch with all people like Dr. Wabroko, Matthias Nabutere, and the entire family, updating them, and he was the pillar at the house. Before we get to Dr. Florence Wakoko-Stad still here to give her 2 minutes, I want to allow, I'm gonna start allowing in a few people at a time until we knock everybody out who would really want to say something. Eddie, I don't know if you are still in the chat room for your 1 minute to us, and Uncle Matthias. Eddie, I believe you're in Toronto, and Uncle Matthias in Maryland to say a word. So if Eddie, you're up, can you take your 30 seconds or a minute?
Okay, I can hear now.
Again, like we mentioned, Bob was not just Umumasaba, like Gertrude mentioned to us. Every time Bob walked out, he came with somebody else. And we all thought he was just a Umumasaba, but Bob was an all-around person. Thank you, Eddie. Are you able to join, Eddie? Eddie, I can tell you are muted. I think we've lost Eddie. Do we have Matthias?
I am here now.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, it's technology. I'm flipping from one item to another. One is not. Anyway, I will be very brief. I just don't want to go away quietly because we are part of this family. We were an extended family. I remember my memories go to trips we did together. Every time there was a visitor, we were part of that. If we needed accommodation, we would extended, some people would come and stay at our house and something like that. I don't want that. I will keep those memories for me. So for Gertrude and family, I would like to say that we are still part of your family and we'll be here to support you. We shared a lot of good times, I have to say. We shared a lot of good times, like everybody has said. So I won't take much of your time, but I would like to say that we are very saddened, of course, with everybody else, and we would like to pray that Bob rests in peace. Amen.
And who are you?
Edida Okurapa.
All right, thanks, Mrs. Okurapa, for speaking to us. And regards to Mr. Okurapa.
Yeah, yes, he's listening somewhere.
All right.
He's out there.
All right. Matthias, are you there? Matthias was
James, I want to let you know that there are also two hands. If you would please note them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity, James. Gertrude and the children. Wow, so you've grown big now. Knowing Bob personally was early 90s when we went to Canada with James. We made so many trips there. We had a lot of fun. Like they all said, that was a house for everybody. That house would be full at all times.
Yeah.
But there was always enough food for everybody to eat. No one ever slept hungry. He knew how to entertain everybody. He was a people person. And as I introduced, as I said earlier on, Bob was a godparent to two of my sons, Andrew and Alfred. So those two boys have lost a godparent. He was friendly, he hosted well, he was a people's person. Every time I went to Uganda, I had an opportunity to talk to him. I visited him a few times at his place. He visited me one time. He will be dearly missed, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, folks, I understand we're getting hands being raised. I'm still checking on how to get that function, but I want to take the opportunity here to welcome former President, Dr. Florence Wakoko, for many of us who were at some of those first meetings of setting up NAMCA in New York and so forth. There's a lot of memories onto it. And for former President, Florence Wakoko, start still, if you are in, please, let's have something from you. Let's hear from you. Do we have Dr. Studstill? Dr. Wakoko?
Yes, if you have a chance, can I say what?
Yes, just a second. Edward, do we have Engineer Nicholas Wakoko as former chair?
Yeah, you do. I don't have much to say. It so happens that my wife actually read my speech,
Not sure how she got it, and she must have shared it with Andrew and the other people. So they have actually spoken most of the things I would have spoken. But as we all know, the late Umukuuka II, Bob Saulo Kipiro Mushikori, has left us, and he was a man who extolled a lot of facets, as you have all heard. My Gertrude ni babana bo Mugenzi, Sarah, Lydia, Apollo, Saulo, Caroline, Dennis, John, and several others who were part of that extended family. The Rosaline and Carol, the big one. It's a very big loss. Nida Ambiro, stay strong, because Bob, and I'm sure you are surprised that we have taken up this American habit of just calling him Bob, rather than we city far Umukuuka II. As you know, people in America throw away a lot of formalities. So don't get scandalized when you hear us just say Bob or Uncle Bob. That just shows you how close we were to him. Now, I've known Bob for a very long time. When my father was a politician in Uganda, Bob was his youth winger. And I think he was the only youth winger that would always hang around my dad, and they got very close. So when I came to North America, my good friend and cousin Edward Wanda one time told me that, oh, Bob Mushikori is going to be in town. Can you make it? And I said, oh my God, I should have heard so much, and I used to know him. So I quickly flew to New York, and we had a wonderful time. And then after that, a lot of water, went under the bridge. Fast forward, I became the president of NAMCA, and he served on my board. And he was in charge of mobilization. But one of the things he would do during our meetings, as the NAMCA president has just mentioned, he would always, apart from leading in the songs, there was a song, I keep forgetting it, that he would always, it was almost like, we didn't have an anthem, but Bob would always sing it. And then after that, he would remember those who have departed, who have gone before us. He was very, very passionate about that. And it was really a tradition that I don't know that I don't think it's kept anymore because he moved on, but that is one of the great things. And there you could see his passion for everything Bamasaba. So he was not only working with me in NAMCA, but he's a family member. He used to call me that Umwitsuhuru Uwaseng, based on my maternal grandmother. My maternal grandmother comes actually comes from Bushika. Now I don't know where Busai and Bushika connect, but like all these genealogies, they're quite close. But needless to say, he took that relationship very, very seriously. And every time we would meet, and we met quite occasionally, he would never forget to remind me of that relationship. Now, there are many. Bob was a natural leader, and I should say a very gifted one too. Now, when you look at leaders, you can look at the way they manage can almost fall into three patterns or three categories. there are those leaders who are very good at managing down. In other words, those are people you call micromanagers, people who are always, working with their subordinates and telling them what to do and things like that. Then there are those leaders who are very good at working in boardrooms and meetings, and those are leaders by committee. Somehow they can't make much without having their decisions being validated by committees. Then there are leaders who are very good at managing up. In other words, they are very good at, those are the kind of people that you would say know how to shake the mango tree and then the fruits fall. And then you people down there, you go and, if you know how to pick the mangoes, you go and pick the mangoes. If you don't know how to pick the mangoes, that's really a shauri. Now, when I look at Bob was in that latter group. Bob was very good at managing up. And wherever he went, he would always, he would associate with everybody, but at the same time, he was very good at managing up and getting to the topest levels possible. And I remember there was a time in his youth as a youth winger, he was exiled from Bale for some time. And the interesting thing is that he was exiled from Bale, but he ended up in State House. And that's where he said he ended up learning a lot of things from Bote and other things. And when he went to, eventually ended up in Canada, he was working for the city of Toronto, and he joined the trade unions there, and he used that to connect to ministers, the mayor and all that. And when we had like 2 annual general meetings in Toronto, but you'd be surprised the people who would grace our occasion. There were ministers in the cabinet of Canada, and he said, "Bob, how do you get to know these people?" He had his trick. For him, it's a gift. We all want to do some of those things, but sometimes we don't have what it takes. Now, for Bob, it was something that came naturally. And even when he went back to Uganda, you could see that he actually ended up connecting very quickly to very high circles. He, one time, I think when Mzee Kaguta died, and of course he was buried, I had a few friends of mine saying, "Oh, we saw Bob Mushikori seated with Museveni at the fire, the Lumbe fire," and they said, "Hey, how did this guy get there?" I said, "Hey, look, that's Bob Mushikori for you." So he was very good at managing up, and that is something that we have to remember and celebrate him for. And that, of course, gave him very strong and intensive networking skills. And other things that I can't say that he read them anywhere. There are things that came naturally to him. He would connect, like Mama Gertrude said, you drop him anywhere, he will come in with somebody. And many times the people he would bring in were people that you would not expect. And he was one guy who, he was a great host. And if you really wanted to have a good time in Toronto, you knew where to go. And the first time I got to Toronto, he came and picked me up from the airport in his Bale 1, and he took me around, and actually was by my side, took me to his apartment, and he was by my side all the time I was in Toronto. And he did everything that I didn't need to rent a car or anything, because he was there. He really gave me that. And then not only that, he would throw parties. When I was president of NAMCA, we would go to Toronto. he would invite all of Vamasava, and then the whole Ugandan community would be there. I met some of my friends who we had left in Makerere, met them and reunited with them at Bob's house in Toronto. People like Jojo Kurapa, in fact, his wife was, just being on, and yes, Edida here. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so look, this was a guy who helped us to connect, who helped us to actually get to know each other. And I'm very proud that after I finished my assignment with Namuka, he became the president. And then after that, he went and joined Inzu. Yamasava became the Minister of Foreign Affairs in charge of the Diaspora. And then eventually he became the Umukuuka #2. And one other thing before I go, wherever he was, he would fill the room. Somehow there was no way you could not know that Bob Mushikori was in the room. He would always contribute. He was very humorous. He was always the guy who makes the party. And I'm just saying that figuratively. And we are going to miss him a lot. He did what he did for Inzia Masava. And now, those of you, or those of us who are still here, should continue with his legacy and make sure that that whatever he did or whatever he started does not disappear in vain. And Bob Pipiro Mushikori, fought the good fight. He kept the faith, and he finished the course. Those are the words that come from 2 Timothy 4:7. Like he would always finish his letters. Let Umusahulu Umukuuka Webamasaba too. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Mwanya.
All right, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you. Valerie, we all have testimonies. Obobu, GoFundMe page is up. This is our own. We're in North America, we're in diaspora. We know the challenges. Some of us are at work, some are having to head out to work, and so forth. It is challenging. Nebobu Ahurehere family, and we're in diaspora, and we're gonna have to stand with the family through these challenging times. So before Mr. Masiga Wandu is speaking next, and then Mr. John Edward Wanda up in New York, please get into the chat line, find the link. Let's go with GoFundMe or get with Mirepeke, and let's see where we can send our mavugo, our contributions. We have our with respect and what he really deserves from us. Pesitana kulikutsira yeneyo kwa supporting in one way or another. So Clyde, Mr. Siga, you can go ahead and say something, and then we'll have Uncle Edward Wanda.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, Florence is back, and I think since she had the funeral of her nephew, she's really tired and would like to go first before anyone else speaks. Is that okay? Florence is back. Florence is back.
Okay, yeah, we'll give her the opportunity. I called her earlier on, she wasn't, but yes, if you can.
Yeah, she's ready.
Next, then can call in that order. So if Dr. Wakoko, you are in, please, let's get into it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Yaya, Betty. And Balebe Mwenayo Kamasika to the family
most especially my Gertrude, my OG Nabisunsa girls, Nibabana, Nibabetsuhuru, Nabahesire, Walidira Tuera. I am going to make some remarks by wearing two hats. One, I am a relative of Bob. I know he's been known with a master status of uncle, but for me, he's an uncle because Hota was Hota, and that's why I call him uncle. And then I will also wear another hat to speak, make a few remarks about his participation in Namuka, which has already been talked about by Betty and Nicholas. Now, as a family member, Gahota was say, I first didn't know him, but later on I came to know him through my brother, who was a very good friend of his, George, but he's deceased, so now they have met. But I knew him because Uncle Bob stayed with my mother in Barena Matala when he was attending, I think, Bale Senior Secondary for some time. And together with Bob, they were notorious and mischievous in their own way as young men growing up. At least I got to know about that. Then later on, we disappeared from each other. But one theme that runs across that relationship, which everybody has talked about, is that Uncle Bob was a loving man, very kind and loving. And he takes relationships very seriously, particularly when you are related to him as a relative. He takes it very seriously. And how he does that, he demonstrates it by crying. And I can see, Sarah, I'm not surprised. Kama sikake apparently it runs across Mubasai. And I told him, Uncle, I also cry a lot. But it's not lutete. It is the deep kindness, the love that you have for somebody. So Uncle could cry when he's happy. He could cry when he's angry and stressed out. So you wonder, what is going on here? That was the person I knew. Now, because of that relationship, I remember a few years ago, I was in Uganda doing research, and then we lost one of NAMCA members, Father Peter Bwayo, who died in Tampa, Florida. And so they brought the body while I was there. So I called the uncle in Mbale. I said, you know what, we are bringing a body. Can you come with me? We go to the funeral. He said, of course. So when I get to Mbale, I'm dressed the way I like. In my own way as a researcher, he said, no, you cannot go like that. The reason I'm wearing this gomesi is because of Uncle, in respect and honor of my Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob held my hand, took me on Republic Street where they sell clothes, materials, he chose this for me. And he chose this for me for love. And that's what I wore to go to the funeral, Father Peter Bwaye Muyembe. So when this happened, I said, I cannot go there and disgrace Uncle. He was a man of style, you know it, very well dressed, and he always wanted to comport himself, look good and do good. That was the Uncle I knew. So I said, I'll do this for Uncle Bob. So that is the passion of a relationship. Again, in terms of relationship, when he was packing up, going back to Uganda, relocating, he told me he has to come and see me. He's not going to relocate before he comes home to meet me and my husband, although we had already met during NAMCA conferences. So Uncle Bob visited me here, spent a night. We had the best time. I will never regret, will never forget. But one thing I learned from him was to learn a lot more about Basai, because my mother is Umusai, and even though I lived there for a short time, I attended the Nanyere Primary School, I didn't know much, I was young. So Uncle helped to give me more information about who is who we are, and how important it is that we have to trace our roots and anchor ourselves within those roots. So for uncle's children who don't know me or who don't know my family, uncle was my uncle, real uncle, Hota, not the business of just saying uncle. And I respect him very dearly. I'm going to miss him. I'm already missing him. When we heard that he was sick, I was contacted actually. He asked Deus to call me and give me all the information. And in our small way and with my husband, we sent some help and we kept liaising with them. We learned about the whole story of how he was ill. That's when he was hospitalized in Kampala, not this recent one. And he came back. And so Dr. Obroko was keeping us updated. And James, we knew very well that you were going to bring him, but as you have explained, it couldn't work because of his commitment to the job that he was holding and the passion that he has. So that is the type of leadership that we need. He had to stay and transfer power officially or responsibilities officially. So we are very deeply heartbroken to learn that Uncle has departed, and he departed in a very surprising way, even though we had thought that he had now improved. Now come to where the other heart of Namuka. How did I know Uncle Bob? When I joined Namuka and didn't join it, I'm one of the founding members of Namuka, and so was Uncle Bob, one of the founding members. But before becoming the president of Namuka, there were two other people who were leaders of Namuka before me, and that is Mr. Franco Wanzala, who lives in Cincinnati, Ohio, and Mr. James Nabutao, who is here right now. So I was number 3. So, but they were always working with the board on the executive or on the board. So when I came in, I was on the board and Bob was a member of the board. His biggest contribution was the contribution of championing membership drive and championing, strengthening cultural. Sorry. And championing culture. So we called him a trailblazer because Bob all the time was the one who has died. And he was very, very passionate about helping people put it to rest in a very dignified way. And the membership drive was his. And what I remember also about him is he initiated the conversation about insurance, death insurance. So he worked with Andrew Mungoma, and at one point in time, we started an insurance that every member was encouraged to contribute to, because but we didn't know how we can transfer them back home. So that is my uncle. And on the board also, what I recall so much about him is he was very, very, as everybody has already said, passionate. Passionate is the word about culture. The roots, he always insisted, who can wearing his sumbati. He always insisted, but above all that, he always remembered the departed Ibamasaba. I almost got tired every time we had a conference in Gamuhebuli attend Hahubora. Namirundu Bamupaka Masasi. He had, you feel that you are tired, but eventually I learned that was necessary for him recalling and we should not forget them. And we should work very hard to make sure that we do something that is going to reflect their life. So Uncle Bob was a great, most on where there is a machine here that has turned on. Let me turn it off. That was distracting.
So I want to say that all the good virtues about Uncle Bob have been brought up. But what I wanted to mention is the running thread is love, is kindness. In his brokenness, there's none of us who is perfect. There are flaws that we could see in Uncle Bob, just as you can see flaws in me and any one of us. But we should not hang on the flaws. Let's hang on the beauty, the good things that Uncle Bob stood for. And the good things are reflected in his role as Umukuuka weba Masaba. To go even sacrifice himself, actually, I call it sacrifice. Because Gertrude said that they always called him, come back, but he stayed, he wanted to stay and champion the drive of revitalizing Bugisu, promoting a development. Now, this is the time. It's the time for us, if we really mean it, and if we take Uncle Bob as the most serious, one of the most serious people we have had, loving and passionate about others, then this is the time we are challenged. Can we really hold the mantle and push it forward? A point that Christine raised, he said, we must. We are now challenged. Who are we? Are we going to do it? Are we going to leave Bamasava divided and torn apart and fighting for this little thing? Why do you fight? Why don't they come together? Can the death of my uncle actually be the fire of unity to bring Bamasava together? It is my plea and the plea of all Bamasava, everywhere from all walks of life, that Bamasava Ingo we come together. Let's put aside all the divisions. Let's reflect on our lives. Let's review that constitution and improve on it and lead Bumasava with one heart. Let's become one. I know there is diversity in unity, but holding this together is tough. Let's use the passion that Uncle Bob had to work as a glue to hold us together. And let's make a commitment to that. I do hope and pray that we are going to do that, because all of us who are here, we do care about home and about Butwera. So I want to leave the message for the family Ramirenyuma. It's God who gives us life, and it's God who takes it away. Each one of us, as James said, I think James and Reverend Mungoma, we are on the same route. We are going to take this journey someday, sometime. We don't know when. And therefore, let's put aside all the bickering, get focused in enjoying, nurturing ourselves, and enjoy the moments that we have together, and agree that the Lord has called his own. He gave him to us. We enjoyed life with him. Let him go to rest, and it is okay. All is well with his soul. But I want to point out also that we should not forget Uncle Bob. At least one child I know, when I went home and visited, he had a little girl. When he went home and became Umukuuka. The little girl is named after my mother, Evangeline, but she's Evangeline. Evangeline. So I know that little girl, she's there. And as we pray for all the children that are here that we know, we should also remember the other children and pray that we actually look out for them and help them. And I and my family will try in any way we can possible to help in any way we can. Wherever Linde, wherever Ekamani, and as the uncle used to say, Aromarina sa ye abalinde. That is the language I think for God. I learned it from him. Nasaya abalinde nabi, and blessings to you all. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Wakoko, wasimire message kwa mambarangi siba namuka kwa mirera le mukongo. Es Bob Abere who the spirit of togetherness. Bob wa hulira, Bob wa siha, wa hulira mubufu ni mubulamu, and it is his turn. It's our duty to escort him and placed into his final resting place. Abe kutakufuna imanyi oba Dr. Wakou wafunire umundu kwame South Africa, and if not, Nora, are you ready now? We're gonna continue with Mr. Masiga.
Vale Medambo. I'm Clet Wandui Masiga, one of the founders of Aragon Thinkers. And I've had, through that, I've had an opportunity to interact with Umukuuka, His Highness Bob Mushikori. But I also met him because he happened to have been a friend to my father-in-law, Honorable Sam Muyonga. So we met a few occasions and we had a good chat. I'm glad that I've had this chance to say a word about him. He did his part. I know some of us who have had a chance to travel abroad or live abroad, and then you make a decision to return to Uganda. It is really going through a tunnel. Bob deciding to leave Canada and coming to serve in Uganda as a Umukuuka is not easy, because he decided to come. I'm very sure he knew it is a challenge, and it has not been very easy for him as a cultural leader to take up that mantle, more so that he had lived out of the country for some time, and he was able to integrate, drive an institution where majority of people don't share the kind of values that he advocated for. There was lots of controversy, and somehow he managed to keep his calm despite all the challenges that he faced. I had another chance to, when he fell sick and he was admitted at Nakasero, and I learned of it. I think next day when he arrived there, I moved there. It was at the peak of COVID in the country. I met him, and like someone has said, when he's happy, he would cry. I witnessed it when he showed his joy when we visited him at Nakasero, and he preached and said, although he's going to get better, he's soon going to hand over the Umukuuka ship to a new Umukuuka, and he prayed that the people he led remain united, and it is those kind of words that he said, which I would say it here. It's like that we keep forward some of the things that he wanted to see. I know some of you have interacted with him, know that he dreamt of having a university that is led by the people that he led as a cultural leader. And he felt it would have been nice that we identify the sports, those who know how to sing in our cultural language, and they are promoted. He loved to see this in the walls of fame or walk of fame at somewhere in Hollywood. So it is something that we feel that those of us who are still alive should carry forward. The other thing that I want to say about him is that he actually struggled and made sure that the property that used to belong to the people that he led are recovered. And by the time of his death, I think there were very clear milestones on recovery of the land that had been occupied by the military, and also the rent. And for those who are actually at the forefront of the cultural institution, I know sooner or later we will get those property. How I wish we could have some of those properties named after him, and if possible, we could of him at some of those property. So with those few remarks about him, I pray that God gives comfort and strengthen the family and all those that have known him and loved him, so that they remain firm and knowing that he has done his job, and those of us who are still alive should do our part. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Mr. Masiga. And where are you reporting from, Mr. Masiga, if I may ask?
Uganda.
Oh, you're in Uganda. It must be
Yes.
late for you out there. I was still waiting for others to call in from Uganda. But if Mr. Edward Wanda, Uncle Wanda, you are in, please take us through that. You are still muted.
Yes, thank you, James. But I received the news of Bobo, and
Hello, Mr. Wanda. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's just me or your audio.
Can you hear me? James, can you hear me?
Barely.
No, we can't hear you.
Why?
What did you say, Mr. John Wanda?
No, I was saying we can't hear him.
No, we can't.
You can't hear me? Oh boy. Let me try this. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's slightly better.
Oh man, what happened? Let's see. Just hold on, let me try to figure this out. James, maybe somebody else can go on and figure this out.
Okay. Shall get back to Mr. Wanda. Dr. Wakoko, did we get the representative from South Africa?
Can you hear me now?
I had asked him, but I think I would have to wait a bit. You keep going.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I don't know why this is not.
I'm still having a problem with your audio, Mr. Wanda. Check it out, check it out. You get the time. Do we have Mr. Mugerwa in the room?
Can you hear me now?
No, there is something.
James, you hear me now?
No, there is something still not right. Do you have any other gadgets connected around that you might want?
Yeah, I'm trying to switch.
Yeah, Mr. Wanda, it sounds like there is interference, so there might be some other gadgets around you that are turned on, so you might need to distance from them.
But I can hear you people very well.
No.
I need for something else. That's right. Must be some color.
Hello, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Hello, James.
Yes.
Hello, James.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
James, can you hear me?
I can.
You took something off. They can hear me, but they can't. I have South Africa on. This one is. You remember you put.
Okay, can we go ahead and have South Africa? Can you hear me?
Can you hear now?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I have South Africa on WhatsApp. Can he go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Zake Nangoli, you can introduce yourself and speak.
Yes, abana musika muriya namubeni.
Kuliyo balayi kuliko okuwulirako i South Africa.
Midambo gy'imigali gy'omu onkulu wefe Umukuuka wafuna ebuuzo bw'eggamaani. Esese niye chairman we bamasaba baali hano nga nange Zake Nangoli obwama ebufumbo. Nenga midambo gy'imigali giri mu nju mwefe kwafiira omuntu Yesu kanyala kwisawo dda. Kibi naabi kubona nti omuntu wakutulako mungi ate ngaabe kumusuubira mu bigali busa. Nekutusako nti lwebunyala buweereke kuliko nikyesi kunyako akola kumusabira busaweeramu ekiwumulo ky'ekimirembe. Mulikumpulira maayi?
Bali kukuwulira because they are muted. It's a Zoom meeting.
Okay. Kale ati empira kusaasirako se oba on behalf of bamasaba bose baali South Africa. Enju Umukuuka Bob Mushikori okufiira omuntu Umukuuka wefe okwira fesi bamasaba abere kibi naabi naye nga mpaase okukola akumusabire amuwumuze bulayi.
Kale kwasiimire, sorry about the issues of Zoom.
Zaali zituyitimu naye antabulemu yakuba endayi bulayi dda naye nga bamasaba eno buli mu midambo gyene egyo gy'imigali busa.
Yes.
Mzee Mushikori nga akutulireko ate kwaba n'omuntu naye gundi ino naye omusaani Gizamba naye bwakufako mu ngeri iyo bizibu yaba bigali busa mu nju y'amasaba era niye sikulia no kuli mu masiga kuliko okugeza kubona nti kukuŋŋaanako kiri pesi nenga likiri kuweredako omwisayo naye ngo kubone kuti baza kumusiikako si amire bwalasi iteeko.
Sorry about Mr. Gizamba.
Wafuna kiguna kigali naye ngese kuli no bamasaba era kwafuna buzibu bwo era nga kuwulira kufako Umukuuka wefe fwesizana kwabanga kwabona naabi era kusiasiniraniako okutyo nga kuli nikyekukola dda naye nga kuna basiima naabi bategeke beprogramu ino kyesi mukolera ekyo kyakuweerera isanyu ligali naabi kwakaba kwabire mu midambo naye nga kyakuweerera isanyu kubona nti naffe sikuli ano kumanyikana naddala abantu ffe kuli mu Diaspora kubona nti kumanya nabatyefe kwamanya kuti kuli Umukuuka era ffe bundi kyesi kukola eno kukolera mu sina ly'Omukuuka.
Yes.
N'olwekyo nga esi kubeere ni batyefe baba bakyase nga nikubeere nabo kumunsi kubeere nga kulukutegeka engeri yesi kunyala kwabonamu nti kuganikako eyo esi batyefe kubona nti enteekateeka yokusiika Umukuuka kubako nikyesi kuganika nkakasa nti okulembeza nga niye okukiikirira nga niye chairman wefe mu Diaspora hano kumulaka Minister of Internal Affairs Mr. Fred Bidani nkakasa nti waganikira kale esaaliho niye esaaliho ali kuwulira era nga kudabuseko amawulire kwabasanyufu naabi era nti naffe sikuli ano kuparticipating kale ekyakuweerera isanyu ligali naabi era ku lweffe ni bamasaba bose bali hano kusaba kuti ngabe ekintu kyabeera azagiriwe era kukola azagire kutyo nga esi kukolera kino kusigale nga kwijukizana naddala fefe bamasaba kuli nikubona nti kugenderawo nyene niba chefe babandi bali zitu kuba eno ekimanyisa kitwayibirira engoda era ingoyo kuganayo nabeera buli bibi byamayo kubitegeera era nabi kubona nti kumanya byefe bibuwefu kubanga ingo niyo ingo nchiriko kumaya
uchiriko.
Okay.
I don't know what the chair means.
Wanje?
It's okay.
Yeah. Atebe chesindu kunyoa monti kuibaza na abiru enkola nabi yesu mutegekereho byo kubona nti kubako ni byesi kuwereza wewa kwako bantu first kwatuliye kuganika anesese ni bamasaba nga yesu mumanyire heno eskulino bayize nabi kusasira munzu yefe Umukuuka era mulwale ngesabera ko mulwale bakubolya nakye kuwambako nabi nenga zimbera nga nimumanyire eno za kubeera zindayibulaida bintu byayoneka era ganemo kwamanyire ekikyalo kyose kyayoneka nenga tekimanyisa kikunyako abahaleyi oba kwala kubako kuli haleyi busa mu biroozo nenga dimyoyo kuli nabo kuli nanyo adwena kale nolekyo kurose ni we bakyase basobole kubawo kukubirisa busaba amasaba kuti kugana enkolagana yebeho paka yade yabeere mu masiga oba mu masanyu kukolereho nyene kubanga fefe bamasaba esikuli hano okwamanya kwayimanya nakwasigala wandaye ni wandaye era kwayiza hano kira ikuli hano era kukolagana ni bachefu besikuli okonyola hano ni bakunyolaho bali bana Uganda nabo kuli nabo hadwena era ngenkola yabeere okukolera hadwena buzi bwesi kufunyemo bwenyene nti ilibanga lyesikuli mu byebulwale eri lyakutusireko baana Uganda bagali nabi abana baziliremu kale kyazire okuwa nti kudabula kuntu naddala gampesinga gagisa y'omuntu ng'okulukuuza kuwona nti gakuzibwalya kubanga fefe yabeere hano kwanala kwitusamo gampesinga omuntu wafiire na buli muntu 100, 5, 2, 3 ni ati kwadabula kuntu njeri esisi abantu bati bulwale buliho kulukudabulawo kuntu kulukuzibwalira kubanga kukikola emirimo gyefe gyakendera nga emirimo gyekendera nawe enfuna nayo yakola gyakendera ne byosi bityo were niyo okutayo okwanirira kugezako kano olwekyo n'abaana bigali byesi naganikana kutusako nasigala nga nibaza nabi abantu boosizana bababeere nti buli kyesi bali kukola naddala omubuga wefe kubona nti kumutegeka kumusikira mu era nabasiima nabi nnyo mukolere programu ino mwanyala nabi era nasiimire niba amasaba basiimire babali kumpulisa mwesizana mwanyala nabi era kukatulaho nakukolaza kukutyo bulijjo nenga kusinga kakusabire enzu y'Omukuuka bintu byosinga esi biri bigende bulayi era kumwerekere bulayi musabire were abo ekiwumulo kirayi kenda baninga ngali nabi nakomaawo nenga kusasira kwanzire omuntu y'Omukuuka musigale bulayi
kale wanyala nabi. I don't know if you want to say something, James.
If who?
You want to say something to him?
No, kwamusimire nabi South Africa shira ikutu bana facing sana especially these times, challenging times ukukesere in South Africa we face it na standing together lokana ku taking a possession let Bob and we feel we are the only family, but he's an all-around person and he belongs to many. He has impacted all of us. So thank you very much. With that, I would like to move back to Mr. Edward. If Edward, you are not in settled yet, I want to go with Mr. Francis Matanga in Uganda. Francis happens. Folks, the GoFundMe page is on site. We all sit back sometimes and remain complacent, saying the government, the government, the government. We are the government. Valeve, some of us who are on here, I know Matthias Nabutere said the government promised, the government said this. Even here where I am with my President Trump, he promised a whole lot of stuff that I haven't seen. I'm not really gonna sit back or ask all of us to sit back and say it's the government. We really have to step up and think of how to support the family to make a worthy send-off to Bob Mushikori. So while we talk, get into the chat, get the link. GoFundMe is on. There are other ways of sending money in. Let's make it happen. Let's give farewell to Bob Mushikori. I don't know if Mr. Matanga Francis, you are on in Uganda. And then Edward Wanda, I believe you are next. Then we're gonna get a representative also who was on my program, Mr. David Wangarwa from Toronto.
No. Hello.
Hello. Okay, I don't seem to have Mr. Matanga. In Uganda, Edward Wanda, your volume was still low. I don't know if, can you try? Can you hear me, Mr. Wanda?
James, I can hear you, but can you hear me?
No.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
No.
This thing is just failing me.
Okay, while we sort that out, do we have Mr. Wangarwa in Canada? Folks, in the chat room, there is a function I just learned. I've not seen hands go up, but if you want to say something for 30 seconds, send me a private message. I found that out in there in the chat room. I'm looking at the chats, but if it comes in privately, I can still arrange you 30 seconds or so to say something in here. I have not been able to see all the screens at the same time. And Dr. Wako, you are out there also helping, monitoring anyone who is raising hands. I've not seen too many. So I'm not giving offers to anyone to say something unless you raise your hand or you send in a message requesting. But if David Wangarwa in Canada, you are in, can you say something?
Hello. Hello, Valerie, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up, but try.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, David Wangarwa. I believe we can all hear you loud and clear.
Can I call like in 20 minutes?
Yeah, if you can't hear us, we can hear you. Yes, call back later.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else wanted to say something? Dr. Cindy? Yes.
Mr. John Wanda has his hand up.
Okay.
Can you text me in
see
the
the
chat?
hand.
Can you text me in the chat, because I can't see the hands up. I don't understand why the system is not showing me the hands.
Yeah, but now I can see Mr. Wanda's hand up. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Wanda, John.
Right. I hope you can hear me now. Can you hear me now, James?
No.
Oh boy, this thing is jumped. It's not working. I'm sorry, guys.
Mr. Wanda, John, can you go ahead?
Well, it's the settings which is doing that.
Wanda is muted.
Mr. John Wanda, you are muted.
Hello, everyone. I think for some reason Mr. Wanda is unable to mute himself, but I can take a moment and say a few words, if that is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And back on when you are done.
Isi my Gertrude Atwera with the Mushikori family, all over Masaba, in the US, UK, South Africa, and Uganda. Indini kamasika kama kalina abi, who losing umsale wefe Bob Mushikori. Kama sina kasi bananga Joyce Wanda, na maina misindwa, but my home is in Bududa. I'm temporarily in Washington, DC. Bob was a very, very good friend. I worked with him in Namuka as vice president and worked very, very closely with him on a membership drive or building membership for Namuka. And we've hosted him probably several times. When we talk about Namuka here for my children, they talk about Bob as Kuka Namuka. That is the name that they know. But he had such a golden heart. He was very kind man, really always made you feel very important being near him. And even when he transitioned from Umukuuka, from being Namuka president, and then went to Uganda and then eventually became Umukuuka, that kindness never stopped. And every time that I had to visit Uganda, I never came back without making the effort to visit with Bob. One of the things that I remember the most about him is the opportunity to remember those that are gone. I know that several people talked about that. But it was so personal to him that it was really important to remember people that have gone before us. And one day dreamed of having sort of not a memorial, but a museum that sort of recognizes those people that are gone. And I hope that Inzia Masaba can take the opportunity to make sure that that gets realized even when he's gone. We'll miss him. For the family, this is, you know, much as he was, you knew him as your dad or your husband or uncle, but, you know, to many of us that knew him, he was a dear friend and really made you feel like family. So we share your grief, and we will miss him dearly. And the people of Masabaland will miss him. But I hope that in his honor, that we as Masaba Bamasaba in the UK, Bamasaba everywhere, that we can try to figure out a way to forge unity among us. That is not something that is our strength, but I wish as Bamasaba that we figure out a way. Look at how many people are here in honor of Bob. If NAMCA just called a meeting, I highly doubt that we will be this many people on this meeting. So I just want to ask and request you for us to figure out a way that can unite us, because if we stand united, we can accomplish so much more. Bob was a symbol of that, a symbol of unity. He knew how to put aside the differences and helped people to forge a way together. So as Bamasaba, both in the diaspora, Bamasaba in Uganda, let's figure out a way that we can come together, work together, and be able to develop our land, Masaba land, and be able to develop Uganda. Thank you. I mourn with you all, and let's not just mourn, but also celebrate Bob for the wonderful things that he did, and hopefully that we learn from him and forge a better way forward. Thank you, James.
And I'll just add a few words to what Joyce has shared with you. First of all, I want to express my sincere condolences to the family of Bob, that is to Gertrude, to Sarah, to Lydia, to all members, to all children and members of the family. My name is John Wanda, a husband to Joyce. I'm here in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, coming from Bududa. And Bududa is the same district where Bob is from, so I feel a special kinship with him. I feel for the people of Bududa who have lost a great friend and leader in our community. I feel for all the Bagis people who are losing a great leader. I feel for our Namuka family. Bob has been a symbol of Bamasaba everywhere. In the years we have known him, we met Bob when we came to the USA. We have lived here a long, long time. And Bob has been a trend setter, a guide for us, giving us a sense of direction of where we want to go. And his leadership in Masaba land, his aspirations for Masaba land has been a beacon to many of us. So to the family, our prayers to you for strength, our prayers to you to go through this, knowing that you have the support of a big Masaba community behind you. We love you. Look at this as your home. If you need to reach out, if you need to talk, there's many of us who are happy to share with you so many stories about Bob. I know that my people in Bududa are especially sad because for us, it represented something that we hadn't had before. So we really feel with you. And I want to pick on the words that Joyce just shared you about the unity of our Masaba people. My Gertrude mentioned this and called for unity in Inzia Masaba. Every speaker around here has spoken about us coming together. And like Joyce said, just imagine how many of us are on this conference call today. If we can marshal our resources and work together as Bamasaba and come together like this, not just today, but moving forward, imagine what kind of change we can make in our community of Masaba land. Imagine what kind of impact we can make out there. And people look to us as the diaspora to help in figuring out a future for our community in Masaba land. So I pray and ask that please let's continue with this spirit. I want to thank Betty and the Namuka leadership for putting this together, because I did not expect us to be this many. I'm so proud of you people who are here, proud of where you're coming from in South Africa, which we used to live in for a little bit. I know, it's late in the night at the time. It's late in Uganda, but I can say Reverend Mongoma and many others from Uganda are still here. So it shows the commitment and desire of us to stand up when needed. So I want to ask Betty and the rest of the Namuka team, please do this again. see if you can bring us together again like this, and we commit to helping build Masabaland in one form or another. This would be the best way of honoring Bob and his legacy. If we can build ourselves, build Masabaland, remain together and united, and always support each other, because when the diaspora, we're so scattered in so many different places. It's occasions like this when we come together, and we want to see more of this, not only when someone in our community passes away, but to celebrate a birth of a child or a wedding or just a birthday, or to just enjoy and share stories like this. So Betty, you have set for yourself a high bar. Please do this again, and I challenge all of us to join in again when Betty calls us to come together like this to share our stories. Mwanyala nabi, welabalinde, and may the soul of our friend and mentor, Bob Mushikori, rest in peace in his journey to eternity. Mwanyala nabi, welabalinde.
Okay. Kwasimire Bawanda, John ni Joyce for those words, and again, who face it and who reflecting on Mr. Sir Bob Mushikori, our dear one who is deceased. Before Rosette, I want
James, let me give it a shot.
Yeah, you are now loud and clear.
Yes, because I've switched gadgets, so let me try.
Can you
and
hold
I'll be very brief.
A second. Just hold on a second, Edward. Okay, you're gonna speak next. Then we're gonna get Rosette. I believe Rosette, you are in UK. You're gonna come after Edward Wanda, who has been not John Wanda this time, but Edward Wanda. Folks, I can't help but keep stating that it will take all of us, just like John Wanda just mentioned for Namuka, but for many of us in diaspora, to make this happen. We really got to contribute. What we are calling a state funeral, some of us are in diaspora and we get carried away by this word state funeral. Really what I've seen in Uganda state funeral is when they send an RDC or an MP to come to your function, and that comes pretty much as a state funeral in Uganda over time, which is basically an official funeral, but not a state funeral like we sometimes start it this side. So let's really step up. We have a family that is counting on us to go there. We have all other nitty-gritty things out there. If it wasn't support of most of you, even leaving Uganda, coming back, there is a COVID test you're gonna have to take, which is anywhere $300,000, 300,000 shillings. All that really comes out. There's transportation, there's meals, there's even getting mosquito repellent if you're not careful on that. So folks, let's give generously. Let's not sit back and say we have President Museveni there now and he's gonna put in. We have very good funeral services that are in Uganda. They've mastered that. They can do the job, of course, for a cost. But we really got to step up to make this happen. Get on the chat line, get onto the GoFundMe page, make your contribution, ask somebody who was not able to join us today to make their contribution. We got a couple of weeks. We got to make this happen. Edward Wanda, please hit the same drum. Let's go for it.
Thank you, James. Well, midambo nabi. My brother, popularly we know him as Bob. I received the news of Bob's passing with great shock, profound shock. And honestly, I've been mourning Bob, but I was shaking. Even when I heard the family speak, I couldn't help but even tear. I could cry because I miss Bob. Bob was a friend. Bob was a big brother, and to a great extent also, I can say even a mentor in many ways. To the Mushikori family, Auntie Gertrude, Sarah, Apollo, John, Saul, and the grandchildren and the whole family. I know I've been speaking to some of you. I was speaking to Sarah, I was speaking to Apollo. I'm afraid we haven't been able to see Apollo here today on the call, but we grieve with you. We feel, we know what this means, because your father, our friend, was a very loving person, a very caring person. Bob, a lot has been said who he was in terms of the love he showed and the care and how he took care of people and how he valued the relationship and friendships. You know, I can't add on anymore. But there's one thing I would like to appeal, and I think Joyce Wanda and John Wanda took this out of my thought. I hope I'm not going to be redundant by repeating. Bob's mission was to unite Ramasaba. He needed that unity. We needed that unity. I am reminded of the beginnings of Ramasaba in North America when we started. One thing I admired so much in Bob is that he drove an agenda. He made things happen. And he made things happen because he saw the need for those things happen. When NAMCA was in its infancy and the beginning, just being muted in terms of ideas and all that, coming out to step and saying, let's run with this idea. He called me, we talked. We were talking with the Jameses in Washington, in Maryland group. We were talking across the board, the Nicholas and all. When it came to the implementation, we said, Bob, let's run with this. I said, and we agreed, said, what is the challenge? Where do we hold the first meeting? I said, I'll take the lead role. NAMCA was born in 2001. We did it in New York. You know, every time we had something that needed to be done, one thing I loved about Bob is that he was a practical individual. And he needed us to get together. Bob was also a patriot, a Ugandan patriot. He just didn't just love Bugisu and the Bugisu and our culture alone. He loved his country, Uganda. He loved his people, the Ugandans. And that's why all of you, you've heard the testimonies of how many went through his household, how many Ugandans he supported and all that. But that is just testimony to who that individual was. Was he a perfect man? No, like all of us, we're not perfect individuals. But if he made mistakes, it was not because he wanted to make the mistake. It was out of a good intention of what he desired to do, that sometimes he made the mistake, like most of us. But he always wanted. And one thing I loved about Bob is that when he made the mistake and realized it was wrong, he was not shy and afraid to say, no, let's turn around. Let's do it differently. You know, I came in touch with Bob when he was students at Makerere University with my cousin Nicholas and all that, when he was a youth winger in the UPC, as Nicholas said. Of course, you know, Uganda has been but a history of upheavals. And in the upheavals, Bob finds himself out of Uganda into Canada. But in that whole journey, we kept interacting, running into each other in Nairobi. Then next, I know I'm in the US, I'm meeting him in Canada and all that. There's so much I can tell in terms of the stories, but the only thing I would like to say is something that we can do in the memory of Bob, as somebody who wanted us together and all that. Joyce and John have said we need the unity. Let me emphasize that point. But in getting that unity, Joyce said, look at this meeting was called because in memory of Bob. How many of us are on here? But maybe if another meeting was called in the absence of that we're mourning, maybe we shall not realize these numbers we've realized. Why? What is it that keeps us apart? That we cannot explore in a manner that we can deal with what needs to be done to reconcile us back to when we started in 2001, when everybody was on board and could come. So to me, I'm going to appeal to members. And the task has been given to Betty. Reach out. But in reaching out, I would like to appeal that the members should be able to be involved so that we can be able to recreate the supremacy of the membership of NAMCA and we get united for memory of our dear friend, Bob Mushikori. May he rest in peace. Thank you. Thank you, James.
All right. Wanyala Edward Wanda, we come a long way, we definitely do. We are in for the family, we are in for all of us, especially in diaspora. Right now I have Francis of Umukuuka, president in UK, but I also have Rosette, whose hand has also been up. Rosette, are you in? And can you say something before we get Francis and then get Dr. Margaret Hyde to say something to us?
Right here.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My condolences to you, dear mourners. Ntufugirise ku kiseera kino isiini basime mwesizana isiini Betty lweko organizing this vigil. I want to express my condolences to my sister Gertrude and the family. Gertrude is my little sister. When we were together, she was 1 year behind me. And Gertrude, I'm so sorry. Accept my condolences and the children. I have known Bob since my youth. Bob has always been my fan boy. Bob is that one person. When we meet, we make fun of each other. And he always challenged me why I have not gone to Canada to see my sister Gertrude. And I'm so sorry that I kept promising, but I never realized it in his lifetime. Yes, Rosette, I am speaking in two aspects. One, as a friend of Bob. Secondly, Ngomkano Mujisu Masava, who belonged to that institution which Bob is heading. And thirdly, I bring condolences from my own son, my king, His Royal Highness, the Obinu of the Alur Kingdom, who has requested me to pass his condolences to the Inzuye Masaba from Alur Kingdom. Accept his condolences. As Rosette, right now, I am mourning Bob, a dear friend. At the same time, here in the UK, I have two homes. And it happens that I have lost two neighbors from each side of the home in London and the home in North Wales. And they are my immediate neighbors. And they died on the same day, the 4th. So it as Bob. So really, I am really struck. I'm dumbfounded with the kind of grief. But yeah, grieving is a natural process. Now, Bob is in a better place now. Bob is not missing us. We are the ones missing him. And if we are missing him, I have only two things that I'm asking myself, and I'm putting it to you. If there's anybody that I know of, in my lifetime, in our divisions, I'm going to say it here now. Me as Rosette, ngomkana omumasaba, umanyireko bugisu bwefe oba bumasaba bwefe and our divisions. As Rosette, I've only known two people who value bugisu, whether masaba, who don't, in my lifetime, who don't mind obogan kalubuya, obogan kaludadiri, whatever. I know of two people, and those two people, one of them is Bob, who was just. The time I've known Bob, I have never ever witnessed where any slightest division in Bob, where one or what dialect one is speaking. Then the second person is whom I honor so much is Stephen Mungoma, whom I have also known since my youth. Those two people, I believe that they are true Bamasaba. Mine, I get frustrated when we don't we are not dealing with issues. We are promoting this unity. My brothers and my sisters, let us use this opportunity to come together and to foster that thing that Bob worked for his entire life. And I'm glad and I thank God that he has taken him away when he was still holding that mantra, because we haven't yet coronated the third Umukuuka. And I hope and I pray Tubamasaba, Kufujirisane, if we are serious with this institution, kufugirisane kuti Bobu bazeba msike mudodo to be our burial ground, and it becomes a place where all our future leaders are buried. And let us foster unity. I'm challenging Bakana Bamasava. Right now, I belong to another cultural institution. But what I have seen in this institution where I belong is that women have got the final say in the affairs of the culture. So I'm pleading with us, Bakana Bamatsaba, Bakana Basera. Let us get involved actively, participate, sit down with our brothers, express our views, advise them, stand with them. Let us foster unity. First of all, we have forgotten that we have crossed children. That is my appeal.
I'm gonna cut and this one, yeah. Oh, you want to start cooking this stuff? Yeah. Oh, low heat. Let me get the pot. Yeah.
Your phone died?
No. Phone.
It's not speaking.
Yeah. In conclusion, I'm appealing to us all. Nadalabaka and Mama Saba. Betty, you are doing a good job. Please. Let the rest. I thank Betty and Florence. You have done. Oh, Gertrude. So sorry. So sorry, Gertrude, my sister. Your husband has always challenged me. Why don't you go and see your sister? Why don't you go and see your sister? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, because
My deepest condolences to you. So with that, please, Vamasaba Vajis. That which divides are very few than what unite us. Please. And can I say something brief about the barrier, state barrier? I don't know, but I think as a cultural institution, we shouldn't call it a state barrier. No, this is a cultural institution. So it should be a cultural barrier, not a state.
Okay. Rossetti, it's a sabo wrapping up one kufuna kepa.
Now I am done.
Oh, you are.
My request to James, and thank you so much. My request to James and all of us is, please, can the death of Umukuuka, Bob, come out uniting us other than dividing us? Thank you.
Thank you, Rosette. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the relationship. And we are all emotional. At times, it's unity that Bob preached. And somebody said earlier on that, yes, we still have, not everybody didn't have flaws. Bob had his flaws, but we have the beauty. Most of it is the beauty from Bob. Again, I mentioned I've known Bob a long time, but oh my God, has he said some real hard words to me, but all in good faith and in love and not behind my back. I think that was a great guy. He once told me I'm not even worthy shining his shoes, and I'm like, man, you gave me a lady and you're telling me this kind of stuff. But he was a dear friend. He's a great person. We have Frank. Let me see. Frank, if you're in there, I believe you're in UK. And I believe, Rosette, you're also in UK, right?
Yes, I'm in the UK, and right now, as I was saying, I have two homes. And in both homes, I've lost my immediate neighbors, and they died the same day with Bob. So I'm asking myself, God, what is all this? My immediate neighbors, and they are dear to me.
Sorry, sorry about that. And then after Frank, we'll have Dr. Heiser, Margaret, to say something. So if Frank Namis, you are in, can you please go ahead? And please, folks, if you are off, mute yourself so we don't have the background.
Okay. Wanyana Guga Jamsi, Ismail Rossetti, Wanyana messages from Umukuuka China, organizers in Nadla, is Sister Betty, Chocolate Chegamani, Isibul Motia Susanna. Thank you so much for the effort. It's the numbers that count. We being here means a lot of sacrifice. Let us keep up the spirit. I do take this opportunity to also recognize and point out to the members that we have also lost a community member in London. He passed on the 31st of December out of a stroke by the names of Robert Wowile. We also know him as Bob. Some of the family members are part of the Zoom meeting today. So we stand with you, we grieve with you. May Bob's soul rest in peace. As we also mourn the passing on of course, Gizamba from South Africa, as Brother Zake told us. Aunt Rosette has also mentioned a few neighbors. We have members of our community, even Vamasaba, who are currently part of the cases of the COVID situation. I have just healed from it myself. Let us maintain keeping safe and keep ourselves in prayer. The main topic we've had discussed today is about our unity of Vamasava. We have been away from the Vamasava homeland for so many years. We're now raising families here. Part of half of our lives for some of us has been outside. We need to recognize that this is home, but we also know that the ties are back home. How do we have that impact back on the ground? Yet we have a difference in the cultures. We live in a world where things are done the right way, whereas back home where things are a little bit crafty, but that is home. They say east or west, home is the best. We face a challenge of home on the ground, people looking at leadership as opportunities and fighting for that. This describes and explains why we are in this sort of division. I beg on my knees, our elders, our representatives on the ground, to take leadership as responsibility. And this is going to establish and guarantee our unity in the diaspora to find that grip to work together. I pray that we stand with this family, stay strong of Umukuuka. We are together. We are all proud of what he said, and let us maintain taking it further. Mwanyanabi.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Namisi. Again, one of our own. Before Dr. Faita Margaret says something, folks, okay, maybe I don't think I can say it too much or anything like that, but I'm still gonna keep repeating that we have a GoFund site on there. I personally have never used a GoFundMe. My wife has told me it's straightforward. You just swipe the card and put it in there. Some of us don't have anything on the card. And so even if you swipe, there's really nothing on there at this time. But I have some in my pocket. And yes, there are still other ways of sending that money in. And if you don't have that, we'll come
session sitting on over 26
hectares
of municipality is among the 26 sericulture stations in Uganda that are growing mulberry trees upon which silkworms feed to produce thousands of meters of silk yarn. Clet Masigo and
Queen Rosette, can you please mute your iPad?
Technologies and Innovations Projects. Also, the Executive Director of Tropical Institute of Development.
James, maybe you can mute.
Yeah, I'm trying to find her.
Uncle James, you can mute her yourself.
Yeah, I'm looking for her.
Yeah.
For a moment there, I couldn't find her. But we're coming up with a site here or a number where we can make pledges. Sometimes we don't have the funds right away on us. We came on here for a vigil, and some of us will need a day or two. But in Uganda, on burial, we all know time immemorial that it takes 3 days in Uganda, and you're able to put somebody to rest. Within 3 days, we would be required to arrange everything within 3 days. Fortunately or not fortunately, we have a little time here, and so you can still make a pledge, but we really got to do something about it. Think about it. Send in your message on a pledge, and let's do something about this. We're gonna ask here shortly to see where we go, how far we've gone on our GoFundMe. From what I last saw a little while ago, it was not much. And it's probably because many of us are thinking about it or not too sure about it. But let's make up our minds. We know that once the train starts rolling, we'll probably get more people joining us on supporting our own. Margaret Haita.
Wanyanabi James. My Gatcherdu ni immediate family ya Umukuuka. Ni bamasaba mwese na babusanire ku forum ino n'abashesere kamasika kamakali kamasina kase Margaret Haitsa ndumnambutie abuyi basale busiri musese ne kwawire bunyole mutale janiesi nasowera ndi mutwera hu bandu babananihisa namuka, one of the founders, era nafuna opportunity na serving aho executive ni James oli hu moderatinga, ndiho kana hu recognizing John Wanda naye wabatwera hu executive ya namuka. And I must say, I was honored. I really loved our time when we were leading NAMCA at that time. And I'm hoping we can go back to those times. Wanyara Nabi, Betty, President wa NAMCA, for all you are doing, niho hurera atwera, niho hubusanisa, niho huwa opportunity ine hu celebrating Umukuuka wefe, ni brother wefe, Bob. I just want to share, I want to reiterate, isi bakanihire before me, sharinga, passion ya Umukuuka, his love, passion ya hubusanisa bamasaba niho hurera atwera. I won't take so much time. I just have 3 quick memories which I'm going to hold on, which I wanted to share with you. In 2006, I had an opportunity to travel to Toronto, and I was one of those beneficiaries who were picked up at the airport in Bali 1. That's a moment that I'm going to hold on. Bob, I went to Bob's house, and I was one of those who were treated to his generosity. And that's a special memory I have, which I wanted to share with you. The second memory, which was special also, that I wanted to celebrate, to share with you, and was in 2008. At that time, I was living in Fargo, North Dakota, and I had the opportunity of serving on the organizing committee of the NAMCA convention, which was held in Minneapolis, St. Paul, in Minnesota, which was a neighboring state. Febalala abe humenya states tihali ni babandu bakali or big cities where we knew we wouldn't have an opportunity to host NAMCA. When the convention came to Minneapolis, I had the opportunity to participate on the organizing committee. Ngani wamala meeting in Minneapolis, I sent an invitation because I had a special celebration coming up for me. If I go North Dakota, I sent out an invitation to all the NAMCA members bababusanire Minneapolis. Na mwitsirambi anabona muliambi ninase, this is an opportunity witsa humanye simba obeho ni time atwera. And I must say that bamisa bukali banyalisata ngabalama balifago yona erioshina. Nebobu was one of those people who drove from Minneapolis. Those are 4 hours. With wambona hefago. Mchisaro mari aluwo alibasa kale itawe. Era I still appreciate those moments. This Bob is waba atwera wafuna hembuka yehukaniha ni hu sharing. Era on my special celebration, which was my birthday, Bob abenjiramba nakobola kwa mengo. That was an opportunity we shared in Numwana wewe Florence who can hear earlier. Numsetsa wewe among the people who came. Nakobolengo nati ya Bobu wa transforming the garage into a party house and this as a party house, and we had a very good time to celebrate. That's another moment I'm going to hold dear. The third and the last memory I wanted to share with you was in 2019. I've been going home almost every year because I did a study abroad. And on one of those times in 2019, the last time I was there, because 2020 was the first time that that didn't happen. That's something I started doing in 2007. 2019 was the last time I had an opportunity in Umukuuka. We had a cup of tea in the executive here where I believe that's a picture that my colleague, Mr. Lumtenga, now May from UK, has shared on the board. We had a cup of tea and chatted, and that's another memory that I'm going to cherish. That was just before he went to visit in UK. Kale balebe ntambo nkamasika kamakali nengandire to end with just a message of stewardship. Where it's God who gives, it's God who takes. Let's celebrate the times when we shared with him. Where at this time, all that we have, Bapapa, Bamai, whether it's whatever all that we own doesn't belong to us. We are just stewards. Anytime where they can call our children, can call our father, our grandfather, wherever whom we're at this point in time. Let's cherish him. Let's continue to support the values that he stood for. And I end on a note of agreeing in Basha Sebakanhire earlier that the issue of unity Masaba, strengthening Namuka as well, who the faults and the shortcomings that the previous leaders had. Let's focus on what we can contribute as well, rather than just criticizing those who led the organization before. So I'll end on that note. Wanyanabi, James, mba opportunity ino, niba masaba mwesisana, kamasika kamakali, family ya Bobu, we shall support as we are able, wherever in the abe kamani during this difficult time. Wanyanabi, mwanyala mwesisana. God bless.
Wanjala Margaret of memories. We have memories, we have memories, we have memories. And they show them through all different ways. We are getting closer and closer, of course. We were supposed to finish at 2 o'clock. We've gone this far. I've not seen too many hands up, but I have one hand that I just put down of Beatrice. Beatrice Nectar, if you want to say something. And then Hobereni David Wangarwa in Canada, who asked for 20 minutes to join us and get back on. And if I don't get any more hands up there, it's again President Way Forward Namuka to step in. Kwasi Mirenabi, who organizing with Dr. Wako. Betty on getting us on that, then we'll start figuring out on how we wind down on this. But folks, make your pledge. Make your pledge. You probably are attending to this and your wallet or handbag are a little far from where you are seated, but we'll know that you'll come around the corner. And if you have any questions, use the chat room or send me a question directly or privately. We have the President Namuka on here too, who is the host. I'm a co-host. Send her a message on any suggestions or especially on the way we should contribute. I received a message earlier on, somebody asking if it was okay for them to collect from a friend and send it in. Yes, in a possible way of making this a worthy funeral for Bob Mushikori. Beatrice, are you there? Can you unmute?
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are clear.
Okay. It's Vanangabari Beatrice Kimono Navitawo. I am the wife to James, who is hosting right now. Chimitambo na Abibalebe Face, it's Anahulimumitambo. And I'm a granddaughter to Bob. I can boast that I'm the first granddaughter. Rosalind said it's her uncle, but I'm correcting my sister Rosalind. Bob is our grandfather. The way he's related to us is my father is Stephen Munyalo, who calls Bob Papa. He's the younger Papa to Mr. Munyalo. So we are all Vasai. Bob was more than a grandfather to me. He was a friend. And it's very rare to have a grandfather who is a friend.
I didn't get to know him until later in life. He found me in Michigan. I was working in Michigan, working for Target as a manager while he lived in Toronto. We were very close to each other in terms of distance, but we didn't know, I didn't know he was there, but he sought me out and he introduced me to James. And that's why we had our wedding at his house in Canada, in Toronto. And it is so rare that, somebody introduces you to someone else and it's your relative, a grandfather. And it was such an honor for Gertrude and Bob to host us. I have to ask Gertrude, have I broken that record? Is there any other wedding that took place other than ours? So that is an honor to me, and I still hold that title, James and I. So we are very sad, really, really saddened to see that he has gone. But like Margaret said, let's hold on to the nice memories. We have so many good memories. All the parties that used to take place in that house, I can't count. And I had never seen Aunt Gertrude dance until it was my wedding day. So I will always be grateful. We got her up and she danced. And I don't know if she has danced again, but those are the good memories I have. Ambassador Wamimbi, he got to dance. His daughter Pamela got him up. Mile, I hadn't seen Mile since my wedding. I have just seen her on the Zoom. She's the lady who was instrumental in organizing my wedding at Kuka Bob's. So there is a lot of good memories, a lot of good memories. All the people who came from the US and attended, and the good times we had with him, we'll always remember those good memories. And I'll always be grateful that he introduced me to James. I think James knows him a lot longer than I did because I met him later in life. But what I also want to point out that in 2018, when we were in Uganda, I went to Uganda for my parents' 50th wedding anniversary. And during that ceremony, Bob was there and my parents talked about having had their honeymoon at his place when he was in northern Uganda. So there are so many memories. And my mother said he didn't have a proper stove, so she had to cook on firewood. But they were testing to see if she could endure the marriage, and she proved them right. So he was happy. He was there at the 50th anniversary. I'm glad he was happy. He was there. And the other memory I wanted to share is the last meeting I had with Bob. James told you we tried so hard to get him to come to the US with us and then travel to Canada for treatment. But he was very stubborn, but in his stubbornness, like everybody commented, he was thinking about Inzuya Masaba, how he's living it. So that last meeting, after James left, I also tried because I stayed behind in Uganda after the burial of our mother-in-law, my mother-in-law. I stayed behind and I went back to Bob. I met him at the cafe in Mbale on Republic Street, where he always had his daily cup of soup. So he came in and I sat down again and I said, we have to go and we really have to take you. You don't look that strong anymore. But he was just smiling, distracting my attention from his sickness to something else. Would you like a cup of soup? Would you like coffee? And I was like, Bob, you phoned me here taking coffee already. So, but we laughed about it. And while I sat there, my son Alfred joined us with his friend and we shared a good moment. That was the last moment I had with him and we were with Alfred. And there was the bodyguard because he's Umukuuka. I know Matthias joined him, but he asked to be left alone with us and we had a good 15, 20 minutes just laughing and talking about life. And, I stood up when he said he's leaving. He's like, Beatrice, don't stand up. I said, no, I have to stand up to say bye to you. He's like, no, don't stand up. And I just felt like I can't believe that was the last moment, but that was the last time I saw him, and that was in November. And I came, when I got home to Papa Mnyalo's house, I told him, could you call him and speak with him about coming with me, because I've tried and failed. So my father, Papa Mnyalo, also called and tried to speak to him, and he wouldn't. He was stubborn about that. But it was his time, like we say, God gives us a time, and we thank God for the time we had with him. We are going to miss him dearly. When I look at the kids here, I look at all the grandchildren there. I mean, I never called him Kuka or such. Everybody calls him Uncle Bob, including my children. And they keep walking around and saying, we can't believe Uncle Bob is gone, because they did the COVID test with him and they were planning to come with him. But, life is as such. So I just want us to remember those good memories, those good parties we had at the house. I just remember everybody working so hard. Caroline Mays in New York, I don't know whether she still lives in New York. She drove me to the hair salon on the morning of the wedding. I mean, it was just wonderful memories. Nothing really planned, but it worked out. My maids of honor were my Senges. So Lydia, Caroline, they were the maids of honor. And the chief cook was Sarah Mushikori. I just, I'm remembering all those good times. Auntie Gertrude, of course, she was always in the kitchen. But Eddie was on here. She was part of the wedding. That's where we spent the night after the wedding at her house. Like she said, that was a family, extended family. We went to Caroline's wedding in New York, and we had a good time there too. So we shall always remember that. We shall miss Uncle Bob and Kuka Bob. And I am forever grateful for his kindness, for his love, for his care. Because from my wedding, there were, I don't know what one call it, but there were migrants that came to the US for the wedding. And that included John K., Rachel, Auntie Alice, my aunt, and he took care of them in his home with Auntie Gertrude. They did take care of them until it was time for them to move on. So I feel like we owe him a lot, and as a family, but that's what he was. He was family to everybody, and he was kind to everybody. And we shall remember, like James said, we fought with Kuka Bob so many times. Even when we were in Uganda, him and I and James, we got into fights. But after the fights, we would still laugh. He was hard on us. Lydia was saying, she was hard on them. He was hard on us, on James and I. He would come and say, no, you need to do this, and would stand up and say, no, we're going to do it this way. But that was the kind of relationship we had, and we shall miss that. And we just want to cherish those good times and see that he taught us a lot, and we shall carry that on. Balebe mwanyala mwesi balihu contributing, and we just want to say continue. And I also just want to reiterate what Joyce and John and Margaret said. We want to continue with unity and work together as Vamasava. I'm glad to see people from all over the world, South Africa, UK, all over. Thank you very much.
Okay. Wanyala Beatrice, Bari Hufora Huno, Fesitana Holiho. You haven't made your pledge, you haven't made your contribution. We still have Gertrude, she's there. We've mentioned we have all the children all over North America. We have grandchildren, we have us friends, brothers, sisters, aunties. I mean, we are all family. Reach out to another person and get the contact of another person, and let's support the family in these challenging times. I'm gonna open up to, is that Rachel in Toronto? who had their hand up. And if you can go ahead, take the floor and say something to this before we start wrapping up.
Yes, Mwenayo, hello everybody. Seba Rachel Wasiche, I'm in Toronto. Thanks to Uncle Bob, or I'm in Ajax. Auntie Gertrude, Nakushesere, Basia Mwesa Naba Shesere, John, Saul, Lydia, Caroline, Sarah, Apollo, we are with you at heart. I can't say we have the same pain of loss with you, but trust me, we've lost a big part of us as well. My deepest sympathy to you all. And what I've learned is when you know that we all belong to God and He takes us when He chooses to, then you get some comfort in it, knowing that God gave us the best, but He still belonged to Him. I remember when we came to Canada with John in 1999, March 5th. Mai told us that it was very cold in Canada, so I had carried my warmest sweater. But when Uncle Bob came to pick us up, he had a winter jacket for me because he knew I couldn't comprehend. When we got to the airport and they asked us how we were related to our uncle, we said it was Daddy's brother. And he told them he was Mommy's brother. They almost sent us back home. And he told immigration at the airport, you can't do that. After everything they've gone through, you can't. Somehow he had a way around it. And it made them so guilty that they had to let us into Canada. So Uncle Bob is Uncle Bob. There's none like him. He's a big force. He's so full of love and affection, and there are no words to explain what Uncle Bob is. We were part of the family. Yes, I was one of those who came through the home, and yes, it was my home. Unfortunately, time goes by, and like they say in North America, life happens. You become so busy and you're not in touch with everybody. But guys, believe me, we think about, we might not reach out that much because life is happening. You get busy into this and that. But some of these experiences show us that we should learn how to spend more time with people we love because we don't have too much time around them. Uncle Bob called all of us girls his favorite nieces. And I remember the last time I had chatted with him in Uganda, he told me, Tella Neumbe tried to win me over, but you're still my favorite niece. And I'm like, yes, Uncle Bob. And whenever I went to his place as Umukuuka, I respected him and honored him as Umukuuka. But I guess calling him Umukuuka felt like we were too many. I wanted to call him Uncle because I personalized him. And I always made sure I signed in his book, your favorite niece. So we'll all dearly miss him. May Uncle Bob rest in peace. Auntie Gertrude and all the family members, my brothers and sisters, I pray for grace and peace all over you. And yeah, to everybody, may the Lord be with us all as we continue on this journey without him. He taught us so much. He taught us a lot of love. And before I say bye, the last time I met Uncle Bob was when we were in Uganda, we were bidding farewell to Mai. I was standing at the site when she had been placed in the grave, and I was there standing. He just walked slowly, came. He didn't say a single word to me. He held me and we cried together and he walked away quietly. So that was my last interaction with him. He didn't have to say words. He had a way of communicating. It wasn't all verbal, but you would know what his message was. So may his soul rest in peace. And we always say that Uncle Bob's one of his favorite statements here was in the togetherness. So I hope we really work with that, like everybody has said, to continue working together because his passion was Masaba land. We'll try to do the best we can. We are also trying to work on a few things to see how we can help our people at home and develop Masaba land, supporting regards to helping our people in Uganda. And yeah, that's all I had to say. God bless you all, watch over us all, give us grace, peace, and comfort us during this time as we bid Uncle Bob farewell. He will be dearly missed. I think John might have a word to say too.
Hello, Valibe Mwenayo. I go as John K. Nese John Wasiche Kiria, also doctor. my condolences. Namanyire, some of our family doesn't speak a lot of Lumasava, so I'll stick to English a little bit. My condolences and thanks to Auntie Gertrude, to Apollo, to Sarah, to Dennis, to John, Lydia. I first met Uncle Bob, like Rachel said, when we arrived here. And yes, he convinced Immigration Canada that I was his son or nephew. And taking up the space in the Mushikori home, I immediately became the eldest son. So I would like to extend my gratitude to my siblings for allowing me to take up that space in the home. When a stranger comes in your home and takes on a certain position or role, it can be threatening, and it can also be seen as taking away from you. So I appreciate that you gave me the time, the space, the opportunity to be a part of your family. Uncle Bob was very generous. Everyone has alluded to that. Auntie Gertrude, you hosted us and fed us and nurtured us. I came and visited you a few days ago, and you're still in the work mode, still attesting. And yes, I last saw Uncle Bob in November, the time he was getting his COVID test. I saw him 3 times, once when we were having the burial of Mom, and then the next Sunday when he came for prayers. We had about a 30-minute chat. And my gratitude to Matthias, who is the leader for, I don't remember the title, secretary, the cultural leader in Vamasava. Our gratitude again. Bob had lots of visions for Vamasava. I have been involved in some public health initiatives in Mbale, and we were discussing a framework where we are going to be working with Inzu Yamasava on that. It is something which we feel could be moving into that, again, like many people have alluded to, we look forward to rebuilding NAMCA in such a way that some of us can be able to work with it and continue to support our culture and our people at home around health and other areas of life. To the hosts to be able to collate all this information and build another platform where we can meaningfully contribute and participate. I look forward to connecting with the family a little longer after today, and my sincere condolences to all Vamasava who are grieving at this time. Thanks again, and may Bob Mushikori, Uncle Umukuuka, friend, father, so rest in peace. Be blessed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kane, folks in Canada. Again, many of us have been through the Mushikori home. That has been home away from home. Canada has been very welcoming. Thank you for all Canadians or everybody in Canada who has welcomed us out there. And it's nice to see that in Canada we had Umukuuka Wamimbi leave Canada and head back to Uganda to be Umukuuka. Then we have Bob Mushikori also pack up and say he's going back to Uganda to be Umukuuka. For many of us who are on this platform, even if somebody gave us a book and said, go and take care of everybody out there, would probably say, I'm waiting for my 401k or retirement or this or the other, or until the kids finish school, got up and decided it's his people. He did his work out here. Again, like we mentioned, I've been blessed to know the family. I've seen in Mbale one drive with the whole family come from Canada to Virginia to come and visit. in Maryland, and yes, and party hard with my my nieces and nephews out here. And while Beatrice says yes, she got her a husband, she got me a wife, and to all my girls and boys up at Gertrude's place, thank you for that. All the sambusas, mandazis that we all made, cooked everything in-house. It was great. We have one more person who had asked for 20 minutes before they could come on from Canada, and that is the Canada representative, David Wangalwa. I've not seen any other hands up there on anybody. I have Peter Simbi, who is probably raising his hand.
Check your message. There is Avana from the Bunyoli tribe.
So we have Avana from Bunyoli. Let me give Avana from Bunyoli, then Dr. Simbi, Peter Simbi, if you can speak next after the Avana from Bunyoli to say something to us. Folks, the question is, what is a state funeral and what is an official funeral? When we talk a state funeral, usually we have the government taking care of each and everything. And they were like here in Washington, you've all heard we jumped onto the Capitol Hill, but state funerals here will put you in the rotunda in the Capitol building in Uganda. They'll probably put your body at the parliament and then escort you in and use all state funds to put you to rest. In Uganda, if you haven't been back there or you haven't been really part of what really goes on in Uganda, I had the opportunity to stay there about 9-10 years in the past few years. And we are really talking as often somebody coming in and saying, I have 10 million shillings for you from the government, and I'm a government representative. When we talk about 10 million, folks, a coffin, a decent coffin in Uganda that our Umukuuka deserves is 10 million. And so when we talk about somebody or a government saying we're having an official function and they bring in money worth a coffin, then we are remaining with everything else. Are we feeding people? Maybe we don't have to. Are we supporting transportation of the family to go there? All that kind of stuff is not really covered on the funeral that we are really talking about. So it's really to us to make this happen. I'll tell you, I'm not sure whether Matthias is still on this chat here, but we're not gonna get a ticket come from Uganda to say, so Mushikori, you have your ticket. This is how much it is. You're going to Uganda. We're gonna pick you up from the airport. We're gonna put you somewhere. You stay in this hotel, meals are covered, and so forth. It won't happen that way, folks. I highly doubt that it happens that way. I had from Rosette saying it's a cultural funeral and state funeral. Those are kind of intertwined from what I found out from Matthias when I was in Uganda. Umukuuka is regarded highly in Uganda. So even he's coming with me in Uganda, I could kind of understand that he could not just get into an airplane with me and leave Uganda. It was only proper for him to tell Inzu and also tell the head of state that he was leaving the country, especially these times of campaigns and so forth that were going on. So folks, let's not sit back and say we have a government and it's a state funeral, they're gonna take care of this, why are we contributing? That is misleading. It can be quite misleading unless not. John Wanda mentioned earlier on that many people look at us here in diaspora, and you all know it, all of us in our homes know it, that whenever somebody is deceased at home, we are the first people they contact. And so this time it is our own, and we got to contact ourselves and not expect people in Uganda to say we are dumping it on them or leaving it to them to figure out what to do to bomb Mushikori. Many of our folks, our people are needy in Uganda. We are needy here too. COVID has hit everybody. We are all hurting, but let's find something else that is on the side and contribute to this. Do we have the representative from the Bunyole group to say something before Dr. Peter Simbi says, yeah, steps up? Mike.
So he had a report that he had said he would come on earlier, but he's driving to New York and he has sent the message for Nicholas to read.
Okay.
Kale balebe arin nekaliro munyole. So I'm going to read this message on behalf of Joshua Mugera, who happens to be the president of Havana, and he's also somebody I've grown up with right from Navmali High School, and then we've continued to be very close here in the U.S. So this is his message. On behalf of my family and Havana family, our most heartfelt condolences and sympathies to the Mushikori family and the Ramasava family and friends. I met Bob 8 years ago here in US through my Ramasava brothers. We instantly became friends and had kept in touch up to recently. Like everybody had shared, he was a friendly, welcoming, and an inspiring community leader like very few. We will miss him dearly for his qualities. I lost my mom early November, and that's November last year. And as I was traveling on the plane to Uganda for my mom's funeral on November 16th, I thought of and planned to try and meet Bob. Banyole recently elected a cultural leader, and like their neighbors, the Ramasava and Bagwere, they are divided about who should be the cultural leader. The so-called royal clan members or an elected competent leader who is ready to unite people and work on developing their motherland. As a concerned citizen of Bunyole, I wanted in part to meet and talk to Bob about his experiences and gather his wisdom around these cultural controversies. However, unbeknownst to me, little did I know that Bob was not well. I ran out of time and failed to go and see him, which would have been my last time to do so, it turns out. Bob, you will be greatly missed by many, but thanks for living by example. You left us with good lessons. May your soul rest in eternal peace. End of message.
Thank you, Nicholas, for that message. Balebe ba Masava, President Wefe Betuwako, uli hurangiri ba Masava, we are challenged. Ni John Wanda mentioning irano, challenges tese kuliko nato aziba Masava, ni lituli bino. Byesi Edward Wanda, Akanihireho, Margaret Heights, Dr. Wakoko, when we all met in New York with Bob Mushikori many years ago to set up quite a bit about Namuka, it was intense. Rest in peace, Dr. Buinza, who was part of that. I can remember Dr. Buinza, Nicholas Wakos, Malai Davids, all those guys are passionate in politics, and after meetings, they will go into politics. But I've never seen, I hear the Constitution is terrible, it's hard to break, but to sit for 2-3 days in New York and come up with that was kind of intense. I've been at Bob's place and seen the the Banyankole group start their group and look into Namuka to see how successful we were. They started theirs after Namuka had. I saw the Iteso, the Japadola group, come to Bob Mushikori's place in Toronto, and the Itesos, all of them even having meetings at Bob Mushikori's place to set up their organization and the structure we had as Namuka. It is unfortunate that Namuka will fallen behind to most of these organizations, and we are challenged at this time to really step up and get back to all this. Let's continue on this. After Dr. Simbi, we have Mr. Torobi. I believe Mr. Torobi, if I remember correctly, I'm assuming you're still in Uganda. So Torobi will be next on this. But Mr. Simbi, if you can go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, Wanyanabi, uhusanisa mubyezi kubukolanari. Ise bananga bali Peter Simbi, ari menya muna East Texas, ingeyo na mema kale, muse balasino, na menyano, na munamuka, nabako na presidenti mukwama 2015 kuholisa 2018 ate iseniyo kubandu bo babanywa khale kuwambasya anamuka so byesi ndikukanikha bino ndikukanikha ku Bob ulwekhuba Bob uyo namumanya nga kunanikha na namuka so namumanya kukhwama mumyakha ekyo ate namumanyire nabi khufurisakho ngandi president wonamuka kukhwama 2015 khubolisa ne 2018 khulwekhuba khubanga khukanikhatsa busele mumyakha ekyo abe khwasima na busa nga sikele nenzira abe khukanikha buli sindu khurebana buli sindu khaba singa nze muna mu WhatsApp ne nalolela byezi khokanikha nibasa kunyala khwatsakha busa ne khwakhaba khulyo balebe khuli saddened. And let me now turn to this. Really saddened, we were shocked to hear about the death of our dear friend. So I would like to send my condolences to the family of Bob, to Inzu Yamasaba, and all of us for this. I also want to thank past presidents of Namuka who are here. I also want to thank the members who have made presentations, and I want to express my greatest, again, gratitude to Betty, who has been leading in all this. Now, in all these years, how do I remember Bob? I'm not going to repeat the things that have already been said, and I agree with those things wholeheartedly. These are mine as I see them. There are three. They are, number one, support for human rights and social justice. Number two, a community organizer and uniter. Number three, advocate. Now, let me briefly talk about the first one, which is support for human rights and social justice. That point has already been made before. Each time Bob was at a function with all of us from Masaba at Namuka, he always first had that prayer, and that prayer was for those who were so unjustly killed during the Idi Amin regime. And he always mentioned my brother, whom I loved so much. Some of you might know him, John Upsaule, was one of those murdered. His name was always mentioned, and each time he mentioned that name, obviously that touched me quite a bit. He also read the names of all others. At one time, I said, but how come Bob was elected Umukuuka among so many other competitors? I came up with my theory. You can call it conspiracy theory. You know what I told somebody? I said, those people he prayed for, those people who were killed unfairly, those who have gone, those are the people who elected him. And those are the people he is with today. And I think that was very powerful, and nothing could prevent him from being appointed Umukuuka at that time. So to me, his strong support for human rights, and he's pointing out that those people were so unfairly killed, and his prayers all these years, I think, are strong indicators of a person who is supporter of human rights at any one time. 2, community organizer and a uniter. Because as you know, he was one of the founders of NAMCA. He gathered people together to discuss informally just before 2001 to meet at his home in Toronto. People like Franco Wanzala and all these others, the relative Windsors and all that, went there to discuss the concept of forming NAMCA. So he was one of the mobilizers. He did that. And through his efforts and efforts of all others, we were able to meet in New York in 2001 to inaugurate the beginnings of NAMCA. And I remember those days very well. I think that's community organizing. And also that involves uniting people. He participated actively, of course, in Inzuya Masaba, as of course one of the staff members. People recognized his potentialities, and of course, elected him Umukuuka. And when you see all these things, these are leadership type things, they involve organization, they involve unity. So at each of these stages, we are talking about unity. NAMCA is about unity. Inzuya Masaba is about unity. Being Umukuuka is nothing but unity. So I think we have to remember him for that, unity and organization of others to get together so that we are united. Out of all these efforts, we are meeting today. So unity is continuing. See how we have met. I'm looking at the screen. I think at the time I looked at the screen, 75 of us were there. Right now I see 65, but all of us are still here. And you know what? I'm so happy to see people I've not seen for a long time. I hadn't seen my friend, James Nabitao. I remember you very well when we came for those meetings and I was at your house and all that, and we had a good time. Now you are here, I've seen you. My friend, Edward Wanda, I hadn't seen you for quite some time. I see you now, I see what you look like now, and so many others. I see people like, of course, John Wanda and Stephen Mungoma. I can see you over there, and I've seen others on the screen. And so this is about unity, and I think we ought to recognize that and say that this is something wonderful. So given that, I think this is something, this is power, and this is something to be reckoned with in our community. 3, I talked about being an advocate. To be an advocate is, of course, to speak on behalf of others, especially those who need something. In his work, I saw him advocating for the rights of Masaba people, especially as regards the Mbale type land that we have over there, and about other issues. And one of them that I thought was interesting was when we met in Mbale recently in 2017, when he invited President Museveni to come over to speak to the Masaba group, including the NAMCA members who were there. He looked at Wanale Hill and I told President Museveni, he said, Mr. President Museveni, do you see that hill over there? Don't you think we should develop it and have some kind of state houses for presidents from Uganda including Umukuuka and one from Kenya, because it's so close to all of us and all that. And don't you think that would be a good idea? Of course, he did not necessarily mean that is what should be done. I think what he was saying was, Mr. President, can you help us develop that place so that it can be a wonderful place? Because that Wanale Hill is unique and all that, and that we need developments over there. So to me, he was pointing out something that could be done, advocating for something, advocating for development of a place, and having unique ideas. So he did not fear to come up with an idea, so long as he thought it was an idea that was unique. So when I look at all this, I think that we had a person who did something, who worked with all of us as Masaba, through his support for human rights and justice, through his organizational skills and ability to try and bring people together and to advocate for others. And based on all this, I would say that please, we would like to do anything we can to send him to eternity, and to do everything we can to support the people at home there so that we can send him off well. And so I would like to support all these efforts to try and make contributions so that we can send him off. And to this, I would say, may he rest in peace, and may God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. That is a great testimony. That's you take us way back into what Bob really has been, all the way from Maine through the time that he has passed on. Yes, 2001, with that conference in New York, Bob came up with the Namuka notion up in Toronto, but with his unselfish ways, he could have summoned or called all of us to Canada. And Bob decided he's driving to New York and meet everybody halfway. And worked with John Edward Wanda in New York to have that conference take place in New York, to come up with the first paperwork of Namuka. And yes, he was a mobilizer to convince Mr. Peter Simbi from Tennessee, I believe at the time, to from all the way Tennessee to New York and come to discuss the concept of Namuka, and get all of us from Washington, DC, and say, can I meet and can you all pay your hotel rooms and boardrooms and all that in New York, and get the Nicholas Wackos fly in and so forth. It was mobilizing. It was advocating. It's having ideas. And he moved from here to still go do it in Uganda. So he has it indebted in a lot of this. And I think we got to figure out, and we got to really carry the mantle on. Thank you, Dr. Cindy, on taking us through that. We have Mr. Tolobi. Are you there? And are you in Uganda? Or he's probably signed off. I don't see him in the room. I had Martin's hand up. And if Martin, you are in, please say something. Then we're gonna get David Wangarwa, and we're gonna close this unless we have any suggestions or any other ideas to that. But David Wangarwa, are you in the room? David in Canada. Folks, we got to make our contributions. We got to make our contributions. We got to step up. Make your commitment. Send in, you don't have to send it to me. Send it to Gertrude. Send it to Sarah in New York. I can see them on there. Contact Mr. Simbi, contact John Wanda, and say, you know, what's the best way I can quickly do it. We have the president of Namuka in here. Send it to her. We have GoFund page. If you really want it on that, go for it. but let's make it happen. It's the heart, it's not the show. So it's gonna be one way or another, and we're gonna probably hear from the family at the end of it and from the president of NAMUCA on how we've done on this, but we really got to step up. We got to have the family. We have our loved ones have to be escorted back home. We're in diaspora, we are away from home, and most of us, our wills are to be put to rest back home, where we really come from. So these are some of just the challenging times, and they are hard times. As hard as it is on you, it's hard on me, and it's hard on everybody else. And at this moment, it's extremely hard on the family. We can all just imagine that. So whether you have $1, $5, $20, 100, or whichever way you're gonna send out their contribution, but let's make it. I don't have any hands. Do I have any comments? President NAMUCA?
David is back, I see him.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, David Wangarwa, yes.
Yes. Sorry, very technical problems. I think now you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Sorry, mwanya labale limwetire mwesitsana. Hope sana. Mwanya la nabi. Moderator James. The organizing team, our chairperson, President NAMUCA. Thank you very much for the organization. I'll not waste so much time. Most of the things are being spoken, all the words, but sese naira hosima ho kalinabi pale venyu hiratu era ho utimirira such problems. It's not let me say a problem. The other way is that's the way where we are supposed all of us pass through, but the hostima na bimanyala na bina nishindi. I want to say something about Uncle Bob in Canada, not only in Canada but all over. Uncle Bob has been our friends, family friends, for everybody. Like in Canada here, some of us, like somebody spoken, said in a different way, Uncle Bob. Wahulehile bakali, era huliano hulumasika, kama kalinabi. In Canada, was freely mundu umuhulu nabi, who has been representing us in Canada in so many ways, putting us in unit, forming groups, going out. Uncle Bobby has been everywhere, in all the fields. Wow, like we used to call him Mzee, but all the way activities, youth organizers, he's there. The older person organizers, he has been there. So we are missing him a lot. People like in Canada, all over the world. Say on my last few days, towards the end of 2020, I was with Uncle Bob. The day they did the elections, when he saw like somebody to come over Umukuuka, I was there. It happened when I was in Uganda. I was aware of it, and I was there. I was with him. After like elections, 2-3 days, that was around December 16. We had our meal with him, and he said, I remember the word he said, "Oh, when do you come here? Are you here?" He used to call me. He said he had a lot of us. He said, "Oh, Bangalore, Canada," because for him, he said whenever I used to go to Uganda, I used to meet him. he told us, he told me the way of contacting him, and I've been all the time. Whenever I go to Uganda, meeting Uncle Bob, he told me the password of meeting him. Say, oh, whenever he comes to me, whenever I'm in office or out of office, busy, I've been a busy person. But what you do, just say, Wangarua, Canada. They just open the door for you. And I've been using that password. So as I talk now, I'm missing for we miss our Bob, Uncle Bob, but the rest, Huramire, let us do like Uncle Bob has been doing. So I'm going to thank Matthias Abdere. I know we have been with him for long. He's been our friend, like the way he said. Factory, we are missing him, but I thank you very much for your support. Whenever I used to go to Uganda, it happens, I always meet you. So, like the program, he said he was trying to pursue in Canada. He wants to come in Canada. You people, you're welcome. It's so not only Uncle Bob but we also here in Canada. Like Uncle Nicholas said, and some other people, this is home, or it's been the home of Uncle Bob. The family is there. We are among all of the families. So please try to visit us. Don't say Uncle Bob is gone, but we have Baba and Abe, we are still around. So that's a few things. The only share something much. She Kalina right now. Everything has been spoken. Kumlombera Shiumlo Shilai, Ni Huramiro. Let us work like Uncle Bob has been. So we can have unity in Bama Sava. So you're welcome. Don't feel free to call us people in Canada. This has been Uncle Bob's home. We are here. We are trade. So everybody is welcome. Thank you very much for hosting.
You want to go to bed? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Kwasimire David Wangarua Canada Wanyala wa visiting Omulebe Wefe. I know you've been frequenting Uganda. Thank you for seeing him as late as December 15th and spending some time on him. Folks, a little clarification here. I may have misspoken. My intention was not to say, let's find somebody else to collect the funding. We have Namuka, we have the GoFundMe page. What I really tried to mean maybe was simply if I'm in my household and I had my son or somebody who had to contribute $5, they could give it to me, so I pass it on to Namuka or to the GoFundMe page. Not that we should all be collectors and figuring out simply how to remit it or send it to who you just want to send it to. There are ways. There is GoFundMe. There is Namuka president who has set up a collection way. And so unless you are really totally stuck and you have cash to give me so I can use my credit card and send it on the GoFundMe, then approach me. But I'm not a collector here to say I'm sending my money through James. I'm not the official collector for this. But we posted different ways of sending funding in and also making promissory notes on how you're really going to support the family. And this is going to go on for a while, not just today. Kale Hurusako, if we don't have anything.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Andrew Mkwana Tingu. Am I heard clearly?
Yes. Mr. Tingu? Yes.
Yes.
Andrew Mkwana Tingu, Toronto, North York.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to be I'm part of this greater Namuka. I want to thank, I think she's my daughter or my cousin, Barnes, who was able to network with me for this meeting. I'm so grateful. Wananga Nabune group for the very first time. Ati Andrew Mkwana kama sina kase na mira iwa wali pote sakia. The last of the Ting family, the greater Ting, my sister, and then on the side of my mother, she comes from Budadili, Sasaga. But I'm very good at Rudadili, other than the Rubuya, where my father comes from. So you allow me to speak Rudadili with due respect. Mchena Malebe, Makuwa, Midambo, Jomle Wefe, Umukuuka Bobo, Namudiana, during the funeral of my sister, Joyce Mungerera in Butaleja when he came for burial, and we had a very close discussion with him. So it is of a profound moment in time that he has really great work for Obama Saba and to transform the lives of the young people. A lot of work he was trying to do, trying to develop the area through transforming pushing the Western culture, or transforming the mindset. I want to say to work on the mindset of the youth in mountain area zone, to work for the vulnerable people, and many other attributes that I may briefly give to him at this time moment. Nasime nabikupa kumukisa guno kuonanga nasi nabone batu bagali bali ku group ino China, and I'm happy that there's a network in Toronto. I've just landed. This is my miaka jabito jibiri. I came to my wife. I've been serving in Uganda as a teacher at the principal level, but I'm happy and I'm very eager to champion all the visions and mission of Namuka as I do retire in my profession as a teacher. I will be able to avail my small contribution through the necessary networks, and I've already communicated to the rest of other young Canadians who have just joined here to join me in the morning. Our great person amongst us, may God the Almighty be with us. We trust that he has gone to rest with God the Creator. Manyana Chairman James. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Canada. For all of us starting together. We're gonna close up with a song that's gonna come up around the corner.
Can I say something?
Just a second, please. Just a second. Nile Peke will be there at the end of it, but we're gonna have a closing hymn called "You Raise Me Up." For next, we were supposed to have Dr. I have a Dr. We were expecting Dr. Wabroko to us. He has been the doctor to Mushikori for all the time he has been in Uganda. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to join us online today. He's in Uganda. He's based in Uganda. He has been looking after him, and he holds the file just like all our doctors in North America hold our medical files. So he and family, I'm sure the family has privy to the files before any of us or before he makes anything public to us. So it's unfortunate we've not been able to hear from Dr. Wabroho, but I want to go back to Christine here in London, and then I also have I have Betty Ojambo, who is also going to speak to us here at the and after that, unless you really have anything, I'm going to ask the president of NAMUCA to say a word to us, have a closing and then a prayer from Ms. Go ahead, Rita.
Coordinator Labo Habino, who am I Hafiti. I'm speaking on behalf of the executive that is United Kingdom. Other side we probably should come up with an organizing committee for the send-off. And on the organizing committee, we probably should co-opt members from NAMCA, co-opt a member from IMUCA, from BANSA, so that we have, strands of collection of funds. So for instance, in IMUCA, if we just said go fund, collect to the go fund, we're not going to have people, donating, collecting, but we very much, our memories are very fresh, Umukuuka and quite recently. And normally what we do, we enable members to contribute through our association account. And of course, there's a record of who has collected whatever. And then at the appropriate time, those funds having been collected, passed over. So what I was going to suggest was if we just have, representatives from our organizations, organizing committee, and then we run concurrent drives. So for instance, Masaba in the UK, we send out a drive for collection of, Kamabugo on our account. Ari sesiru hundisa hula hugo fund hahandu hase ngamba. If I don't show Masaba mu UK that I've put something, it's not motivating for others. As a leader, you want to lead by example. So I want to go back to my own association and I contribute a little bit there so that others see by example. If there's a coordination between organizing committee and Bale, NAMUCA, IMUCA, we just have representatives so that, we are part of this kind of forums in the organization. And we take back the information to our groups. This is outstanding, this is outstanding. We don't have to go to the nitty-gritty of say we need to buy a ticket for so and so, but if we say the budget is say 60 million Uganda shillings, this is a shortfall. At least my view is we may be able to reach out better to our communities. Mr.
Moderator, if I can top up on what Christine said. We all have the same difficulties, and I thank you for clarifying that. I do know Francis did say IMUCA will collect vast BASA to do the same. Canada has issues sending money to the US, so they are going to collect as Canada because they do already have a set account. And here we are going to do the same. Actually, the GoFundMe is there, but there are also other ways Millie is going to look for for some of this. But yes, it's really complex, global kind of way of doing this financing. Thank you.
Thank you,
James.
Namuka. I'm going to add a little more onto that after Mr. Jumbo here. Betty Ojambo. Yes, who was saying something?
This is Stephen. I'm still up, Mungoma.
Yes.
Now, I am on the organizing committee, and Francis Nagimes is the chairman of the organizing committee. And we are planning to have a meeting on Tuesday, whereby we want to kind of come up with a well-organized fundraising strategy, so that, because we are seeing a lot of fundraising going on various places, but uncoordinated. So I will let, hopefully by the end of Tuesday, would have known exactly how things are going to run. But let me clarify on the issue of state and official funeral. They read to us the law in Uganda regarding that. It's not going to be a state funeral. In other words, the government, the state funeral, the government takes care of everything. Now, they say cultural leader, according to the circular, they read to us a circular standing order, he is to be given an official funeral, which means it is 30% of the annual gross income of the prime minister. And then from there, there are a few other things, they take care of pallbearers, coffin and so forth, but not the other things that we had thought which we put in the draft budget. So that's why I say, look, we have a big duty to raise funds. Particularly one of my biggest concern is the family. And we raise that. Of course, we are thinking we can, like Martha said, writing to the president and so forth, but these are difficult times, with the elections, you don't know what's going to happen. So we really cannot depend on the government for our normal things for the barrier. And we've created this organizing committee. It's a combined, united organizing committee. We have told everybody, and everybody has agreed, lay aside all the differences, bury all those, whatever has been in the past, forget about it. If you want, you can take up arms afterwards. But during this time for burying of Uncle Bob, this is our focus. We move together. And hopefully at the end of it, there will still be out of that, the unity. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I agree with my sister in England. There is need, if the people in IMCA can do that, that can really be helpful. The same thing with us. I was trying to go fund, and I finally found how to do it. And I was going to put some money there. Then I say, but I don't know whether accountability and all that. But anyway, that's okay. But I believe that we can, by the Tuesday, we shall be able to come up with something that can give guidance to everyone, not only in Uganda, but also abroad.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mungoma, for the clarification. I'm sure we have, just like Christine mentioned, we have EMOCA in UK, and I'm sure you will be coordinating with them. And so will you with NAMCA President, Dr. Wako here, and all other, and the family, as the immediate family here. I think they have a very strong say in all this on with the committee that is going in Uganda. Sometimes we just went through burial of our mom, and we at moments families kind of feel the functions are being hijacked from the immediate family, and others are taking to it and running with stuff.
Yeah.
So please, it's important that the immediate family knows what's really going on. Thank you, Dr.
Exactly.
We have Martin. Martin has his hand up, and Martin, I'm gonna let you speak right after Betty Ojambo. I'm trying to place you, and I see you in a hospital bed, but Martin, we want to hear from you.
I just want to say my condolences to the family. My name is Martin Umukuuka. Me and the Mushikori family, we came here when we were very young and we clicked. Those are like our cousins. Like we grew up together. Uncle Bob was like larger than life. He was one of those uncles, like you guys have said. He brought a lot of people together. You know what I mean? I remember there's a lot of memories I have about Uncle Bob, you know, and I was close to Uncle Bob before he went to Uganda. And I remember he was like, Apollo went to Windsor University and we were going to go visit Apollo in Windsor University. And he was like, listen, Apollo's left. I know he's your big brother. And now you're the big brother of the younger ones. You know what I mean? You have to take care of Sarah, Caroline, Lydia, John, Dennis, Saul, you know, my siblings, Maria, Barbara, Trinity, you know what I mean? Paul, like the community, the Ugandan community, basically, you know what I mean? He left that with me and it really resonated with me because the fact that, you know what, I took heed of what he said, you know, and, you know, I just want to say, you know, rest in peace, Uncle Bob. Now we have an angel up there watching down on us and, you know what I mean, guiding us every move that we make, everywhere that we go, you know what I mean? So I just want to say, you know what? Thank you. Thank you for being a part of my life. You know what I mean? I truly appreciate it. Going forward, every time I make certain decisions, every time I look at my kids, because I have my own kids and stuff like that, I remember certain words that you told me and I'll live by that. You know what I mean? I love you, man. Straight up. It was the saddest news I've heard for a long time. You know what I mean? Because I was looking forward to seeing him because I heard he was coming back and I was so happy and excited. But then on the 4th, January 4th, it was like, you know what? I was devastated, man. I was broken. I heard the news when I was at work. I shut down at work. You know what I mean? So I just want to say, you know what? Hello? Yeah, somebody was calling me. I just trying to say, you know what? Auntie, I love you. Just, you know, anything I can do, I'll do it. You know what I mean? I will e-transfer you the funds, okay? Saul, Dennis, John, Caroline, all y'all, you know? Lydia, Sarah, New York Justice, Dallas, the whole of you guys. I love you guys, man. All right? Thank you. Peace.
All right, Mark, you said something about not being in the hospital. I know you, Martin, from enjoying the best rate at that house with the Apollos, with all your brothers and sisters, being the family there and the swimming pool, just like
right.
I was mentioning, everybody being there and your dad, Mr. Walker. It was a great time and living. It's I see you.
Yeah, I'm in the hospital. They're trying to figure out what's going on with me because there's something going on with my central nervous system. It's like something to do with my spine. Like they don't know what it is. They try to give me an MRI, but they can't give me an MRI because I have a metal fragment in me. So they have to do other tests to figure out what's going on with me. So I'm also here to find out what's going on with me. And it's been happening for the last 2 to 3 weeks now. You know, so they did a COVID test. It came back negative. They did another one. So I'm just waiting for the results. So all I'm doing, just waiting for results to see what is really going on with me. Nobody really knows what's going on with me. I don't even know what's going on with me. I did blood work. Everything came back perfect. So it's just something to do with my spine, my nervous system and all that. So that's why I'm here, and I got admitted last night. So today is like my second day here.
We pray for you.
We'll keep you in
Thank you.
prayer. And I think we did need to dedicate those prayers to you.
Thank you.
Maybe the president of NAMCA can take it up and lead us through the closure.
After me?
Yes, Betty.
All right. Lend them voice. I know we are here on a sad note. For me, I am a Mbali lady. I grew up in Mbali, but mostly I know everybody has really said a lot that I would have loved to say. So I don't want to repeat what they've said. However, I just feel that I would feel so guilty if I just didn't mention anything during this time. To somebody who loved my family so much, somebody who welcomed us, welcomed my husband, welcomed me into his own house. And I want to thank Gertrude. Thank you so much for having such a loving and caring heart to welcome us into your house, to welcome us, to always smile. Thank you so much. There are so many moments, joyous moments that I would have loved to share with you. However, I won't go into all of them. I will just cite one that kind of hits me like it just happened yesterday. When I just gave birth to my firstborn in 2003, we're just going through a lot of, it was just so overwhelming. We young couple, we didn't know what to do. We don't have parents here. And when I just brought my, we just come back from the hospital with my little baby, Uncle Bob came and visited us immediately. And I will never forget this moment. I will never. So he came and visited. I just felt like a dad had just entered my place. I just felt so comforted. And I'll never forget, before he held the baby, he pushed his hand into his pocket and brought up a US currency money and pushed it into my baby's cloth and said, I can't hold you without giving you something. I want you to be rich. So he put that money into my baby's clothing. I was so happy. I was baby show. My husband is marrying me. It's called a baby show. So I was really happy, and I held to this money up to today. I still have that money. I've done banking, but I've never thought of taking that money into the bank because it means a lot. It was the first money to be given to my child. And that moment with that, I've always told my daughter about Uncle Bob. I've told her about the money that was given by Uncle Bob. We've had good moments with Uncle Bob. And for that and many, many other things he did, which I really miss him as a family, which I really miss him. And I don't think that he will ever, ever go away from our memories. To Aunt Gertrude, thank you so much, but be strong. Be strong. Those children need you. We shall keep praying for you. As I said, I don't want to say so much, but please, the organizers, thank you so much for organizing such a Zoom meeting. This has been so comforting. We spent the whole day just here. We just said, you know what, let this day be for Uncle Bob. We can't do so much, but let us just be here and respect him. Thank you so much for organizing.
Fare thee well, Uncle Bob. You're the only one of your kind, and you always be. Thank you, all of you who have organized this. Uncle Bob was a special person. He'll always be. His term was served very well. We should celebrate his life. There's nothing to lose and miss about Uncle Bob. He lived a full life and a very worthwhile life. Many of us can live for 100 years, but will not do what he did in his lifetime. He's worth every celebration. He was a great man. He aspired to great heights and he hit every note right on. Uncle Bob is a star. He's a hero. He's where he is. He must be resting in peace, and he will. He's looking down on us and simply saying, will you measure up? Will you do all the things you are claiming you'll do? Are you real? He was. Uncle Bob didn't joke. He did what he set out to do. And I'm not a Mugisu, but I know that when he set out to start Namuka, he knew where he would end. And he went right up to the top, and he served well. We've all said good things about him, and he's looking at us smiling. Will you walk the talk? Fare thee well, great man. Bye-bye.
Mwanyala mavi.
Mwanyala nabi bao jambo. There's a great testimony. That is great. I was in Uganda for others, Stephen Mongoma, who were there. Deus, the nephew, who has been taking care of his uncle through this time. He continuously told me that the biggest problem he has with his uncle is he gives away all the money he has. Whatever he gets, he takes care of everybody that comes in the house. He keeps telling him, but they are hungry, but they don't have transport to get back. And those unselfish means, to some of us, we get to a point and feel like, no, I got to hold back on some. Bob Mushikori, thanks, well put it there, Jambos. He was not selfish in any way. Balebe mwesitsa na muli huno na simire. I'm gonna hope passing on to the President wa Namuka. Who leading through this, and of course, Nganino Mere, we have a song that we really all want to sing. One thing I found at the beginning was it was nice having the audio played for us than us singing, because we were in different time zones, and therefore there was lag in whoever was singing, and the songs were not really coming up. So yes, if we have one person singing, or if it's an audio, we can sing to it with our mics muted. We didn't think, of course, some of us thought it was gonna take 2 hours, an hour, 5 minutes. Some of you have still much more to talk about, but we're probably gonna start winding down now. Dr. Betty Wako, if you can take up from that. Kamabugo, we are giving to somebody who was not selfish, and I guess he leads us into not being selfish. It's a hard times. I'm not saying that you must give, but it's only our duty to do that when in position. We all can find $1. Bali bebalala baganda Indiana, Washington metropolitan area, in DC area, we have over a good number of Bali bebalala organizations in Gatseva, Uganda. Everybody gives $2 because they are a high number. They don't even show up sometimes at meetings, but they give $2, and because of the high numbers, it all adds up. At the end, they are able to really give. So let's try and give. Thank you. And if Betty, you can take it up from there.
James, there has been one hand up. Can you wrap with that one hand, Damba Sekjoba?
Trying to find the hand.
Yeah.
Right here, right here.
Oh, Damba Sekijova. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Just wanted to say something real quick. You know, like Uncle Bob, all my childhood memories have like all the memories of something really good. You know, they all involved Uncle Bob. I remember just summertime, going to the house. You know, like I remember all the kids from the community, like even being so young. At first, you don't even know who everyone is. You know, it's just like, you know, you bring all the families together. You know, like it reminds me of in Toronto, all the like at least all the kids in the Uganda community here. I know there's just fond memories of the parties that we used to have when we were kids, when we all just came to the country. And you know, like whether it be New Year's, whether it be Christmases, whether it be summer times, you know, like everybody end up together. And you know, like the funniest thing that I always think back to is, you know, Dumba, we're leaving today, and then we end up there for another week, and that week turns into 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You know, Uncle Bob, every time you're with Uncle Bob, you know, he's gonna uplift you and everybody around him. You know, always brought everyone together. And I know, like, all my fondest memories from childhood always had something to do with Uncle Bob and the entire family, you know. So, you know, I just wanted to really quickly say, you know, my condolences. It's crazy. I went to Uganda for the first time in 2019, and it's crazy, you know, like at random, you know, like just so happened he's walking across the street, and my auntie goes, "Hey, look, that's your Uncle Bob right there across the street." And I remember, you know, I walked up, and you know, there's the whole barricaded people around it, like there's guards, whatever, and he saw me, and even after not seeing me for years, I don't know how long it had been, but like he pushed everyone aside. He's like, no, Dumba, come. And like, you know, I've grown my hair out long, and usually, you know, some people don't remember me, like don't recognize me with my hair out, but he, like that, in an instant, calls me out, pulls me over. And I remember that must have been 5-10 minutes spent with Uncle Bob, you know, and he was he was so happy, genuinely happy to see me again. And, you know, man, it was a bit of a shocker, man, it was a big shocker to hear, to get the news. And, you know, like, you know, rest in peace, Uncle Bob. You know, there's a lot of lessons since childhood, you know, he's always taught me, and I'm definitely going to take those and apply them the best I can. You know, he was a great man. My condolences to the whole family. You know, it's just tough. My condolences. Love Uncle Bob. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other hand.
I saw a comment from Mr. Samuel Watulatu.
Sam Watulatu.
Yeah.
In Uganda, Sam Watulatu headed that group going to UK. Did you say he had his hand up or something?
He just passed. He said his comment is, I have keenly heard each and every word from each and every person. In a somber mood, how I wish these sweet words were spoken directly to Bob S.K. Mushikori to hear.
Yeah, that's nice of Sam. He has been very instrumental in Inzu, Yamasaba in Uganda, and here in Washington, DC area, and in the UK, to set up relationship to do with Diaspora and Inzu Yamasaba. So thanks to him for contributing. I know he's in Uganda, and if he's sending anything, it's probably coming from him in Uganda, but he's been quite instrumental in that.
Okay. So, yep, he hasn't responded. So, am I taking over now?
Yes.
I
If I
think.
may ask, is there room for final word?
Oh.
I'm just asking, is there room for this final word?
For the what? Edward, you're not coming.
Yes. I said, is there room for a word? Just to final word.
By the way,
Oh, you can't hear me.
you want to say a final word, Edward?
Had a final word.
Yes. Yes.
And Samuel's hand is now up, James.
Mine is going to be very short, James.
Yeah.
It's to appreciate, to thank everybody who came on this platform. To me, it's rekindled the values we started with and what we wanted.
Edward,
Hear you.
Yeah, try to connect that while we get somewhat Turazo on,
okay.
And then
Sorry,
your original guidance. And did you say somewhat Turazo is on here?
He put his hand up.
Whoa. Somewhat Turazo, are you there?
He's here. Okay.
Hello? Yes?
Yes.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Okay, yes. I'm sorry I'm not on video. But good evening, good morning, wherever everybody is. I'm so pleased to hear all these good, sweet words about late Bob Mushikori. I happen to know Bob, I think, right from about 2000. We are communicating about one of my late cousin brothers. He actually left for Canada in 1987. But I saw a man who was very keen about Bagisu, and which had a large heart for everybody. I happened to work with him, especially with the Umukuuka Mimbi, the first regime, and we used to discuss a lot about global networking and how to empower Vamasava. I saw a man who really loved to work with everybody, but unfortunately, I think I would say a little bit. Umukuuka Mushikori has had the toughest leadership in Bugisu. And unfortunately, well, God bless him wherever he is. But unfortunately, we Bagisu did not actually feel the impact that Mushikori could have done just because of our mindset as Bamasava. And I'm sorry this could have actually partly contributed to Umukuuka Mushikori's general weakness, because you would see a man who had the passion for Bagisu, who had the passion to cook opportunities to bring. I actually, as somebody has said, I was a little uncomfortable with working with Bugisu because I'm a little, my kind of working principles are a little difficult because of how my experience is in Bugisu. But Bob Mushikori determined and convinced me, and he drove to my home about 6 times to request me to get back to work with him. And when I went back, I think I developed a principle to say that I will work with you depending upon how I will be guided by Vamasava for getting the hard principles. The man said, Sam, forget about Bagisu, but determine, I think I remember him saying, determine with your passion. I could have not left Canada to come and work with Vamasava, but I believe I have a divine purpose to accomplish. I just felt the man was very, very determined. And I remember when we planned to the UK trip last year, Umukuuka actually said, Sam, I would like you to work with me to see to it that we bring this network to help Bugisu. I just saw a man who was very, very keen and very determined to see to it that he would actually not hurt anybody. He had a number of people who were very determined to frustrate him. But I saw a man who was with a passion to help bring unity. It is unfortunate that we have lost him early. Actually, we had a very, very big vision where we are thinking that we could continue these opportunities even after his after his leadership as Umukuuka too. But it is so unfortunate. But I want to appeal. Mushikori is lying, but I would like to appeal to Bamasaba, both in Uganda, everywhere, globally. I think we have only one problem. If we can learn to unite and use this death of Mushikori as a springboard to bring about unity, especially in Inzuya Masaba and Bamasaba, I think Mushikori will be, wherever he is, very happy man to have accomplished his mission. May God bless Mushikori's soul, and may his memories be a blessing. God bless
you. Thank you, Sam Watolatsu, for all you are doing for Inzu from Umukuuka 1, Umukuuka 2, for setting up those links and supporting the leadership in Inzu. President, are you there? Betty Wako. You're muted.
You're muted.
And okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, you.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to speak on Nicholas's system, even if you can see me from here. Sorry, my earphones went out and I tried all others and they didn't work. So by the way, I don't know where to start. I just missed a little bit of Sam's message, but I'll get back with him and he'll tell me more of what he was telling us. I think Nanihe Husima, our moderator, James Nabitao, for doing such a wonderful job. I know we know that I thought it would be a 2-hour meeting, but I guess the what do I say? Bob is, as we have spoken, demanded more than the 2 hours of today, and we have been here in a global setting for him because that's what Bob deserves. But James Newe Wanyala Nabi for accepting to take on this role of moderator, and you've done so well. I hope you come back in future and do some more so you can train some of our young ones to do more of this. For the Barat Masaba Mwesitana at this global gathering, Nava Simidenat, for the time you have taken to just be with us today. For a Saturday that you could have chosen to do something else, you chose to be with this vigil to help give us all comfort, especially the children and Gertrude. But because of how you've had, we all needed this touch. Eranaba Similenabi for coming together to talk together, to express our feelings and our very rich memories with the this man, Bob, who we call Uncle Bob. Even if, am I supposed to go over there now? I don't know. Just let me move over here. It looks like something is making noise on the other side. So like James has said, we are living in very difficult times. But let's do what he just said the Baganda do in his end. $2, $5, Muganda, Likamukamugwe Muganda. And then we can together do what we have to do for the family and for a celebration of Bob's life. For those who know GoFundMe does a good job. The only thing is GoFundMe takes a little bit of money, but whoever puts the money there, puts a name, it's all recorded, and we'll be able to send all members who have given already through GoFundMe that's the thank you note and recognize what they have given. Millie, who is our treasurer, uses GoFundMe a lot, and she knows what the percentages are. I have no idea, but she can always explain, and she'll be talking to us in a little bit. Let us see, ask someone you know who can give, and then we can do what we can do for the family of Bob. Bob, who has kept us, who has really given more than we'll ever know. I've never known such a man with such a big heart, like you've all said. And I'm now just thinking when Sam said, I think let's tell each other more often what good things we do while we are still alive. So then we don't have to sit here all day talking about it. So let's try and change that. If I've done something good, thank you. If you've done something good, I better say it. And that way we can acknowledge all the good things people do for us. Seeing naba simile naba sabivendi butwera. The unity is better than anything. You can achieve much more united than when you stand alone. I will say from the stories I've had, this year is another year where NAMCA makes 20 years. I'm really asking you all, after we finish all this, to come together so we see what we can do for what Bob and the other group of people who started this organization did. Let's meet more often. This forum is open. Anyone who wants to say, I have a birthday party, can we have the Zoom? NAMCA has Zoom, you can party. They used to want to have a party and they don't want a 45-minute Zoom. Let them know to write to the secretary at namca.us and they can have a Zoom party. The only thing we don't use this Zoom for is politics, because NAMCA is a political. So, but you're all welcome to use this Zoom. It takes up to 100 people. It can stream to Facebook, it can stream to YouTube. And so you're all welcome to use it. I don't want to say much. We've all said everything. I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for the spirit you are, for what you've done today. And I hope we do this again in the future. The family of Bob, Mchala Gertrude, and the children and the grandchildren, we'll pray for you, that you will cope, that you will hold those good memories to help you go along. Nasi Milenari. Someone is in the waiting room. Can you admit, please? Admit up there. Or maybe, James, please admit someone in the waiting room. Aliseni basana njahwa kamano umchala akusabile kumwenya you raise me up. Let me see if that laptop over there will let me play it and let me know if you hear it. Wait, share. Is it playing?
No.
No.
No?
No.
Jeez. But you can see the screen share?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Can you, do you hear any music?
No music.
Oh dear.
Should be
Okay.
coming up soon. I think yes.
It should be coming up. Hold on.
No, I know something has gone wrong with my sound system on the laptop.
Okay.
If someone can pull it up and screen share and play, we'll just. Yeah. Oh no, this has no word.
This is instrumental.
Escape, please. It says lyrics. Okay. That says lyrics.
Lucid Spark is a virtual whiteboard you need to bring your best ideas to life. It's simple.
I think you can sing along as long as you can mute yourself so that we are in sync with the music.
Mute.
Betty, ongeraho volume. I don't know whether that makes a difference. Betty, we lost we can't hear.
Is it because she muted herself?
Maybe.
Yeah, we lost volume.
Yeah.
You can't hear?
Now you are back on.
No, that. It's not the song. It's the song, but the lyrics. Okay.
I don't see that.
Thank you. That was nice.
Okay, let me stop sharing.
You need help. Let God help you through this.
Where's your past? Okay. Technology will always do something. After all moving so smoothly, and that's what it did. Nabone yaya Jennifer nakusimire yaya. Can you hear me? Yes, yes. Ali, I wanted to ask one thing. I know we've been here a long time, and if anyone wants to stay on after we close, and being a happy hour for some people, you can stay on and hang out here for the rest of however much time you want to take. Nenganire isabe Millie akubolereho the status of the finances as of today for the fundraiser.
Yeah, mwanyala balebe mwesitsana. In the morning, we were like at 150. Nebona kwolesele $800. Kuikupireho muhono. Mwanyala nabi. Yeah, we thank you very much for your support and please continue. Wela balinde.
Thank you. Alihupireho James nabitawo muhono. Alina sefabene hakuikupireho muhono.
On behalf of everybody, all right. On behalf of everybody here in Toronto, and all the Mushikoris, and everybody who's Bugisu, and everyone who knew my father and had love for my father, we'd like to send our deepest thank yous and acknowledgments to all of you, because this is the community that he really fought for. This is everything he loved, and this is what needs to be carried forward. And this is my father. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mushikori family.
Thank you. Hi, Sarah.
Okay.
Hi, Sarah. Sarah, you look good. You look good.
Hi, guys.
I got it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Where's Lydia?
This was nice.
Lindy. Brenda.
Can you give me a moment?
Beatrice. Oh my God, Beatrice. Beatrice, I haven't seen you since I was a kid. Uncle James.
Can I get a moment? Can I have 1 moment, please? For your screen.
Betty.
Yes, I did. Okay, can I say a word?
Yes, I unmuted. I'm sorry, folks. I unmuted everybody until our call is done with us, and then we get into the rowdy part of it.
Thank you. I was looking for the mute button, but I'm not familiar with Nicholas's laptop. We were looking, and I'm like, okay, it happened. But we would like to say a final prayer And then we can now be able to greet everybody. If you could bear with us so that we close right now, and I will ask Sister Jennifer Favor to give us a closing prayer, and then we can do what Bob would like us to do.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Betty, President. Appreciate all your work, great administration. Kudos to you, Miss Betty. I would like to kushesa kobale bemwesitsana timitambo mikali ne kuli ni hukuma owa khwabone family mbofu isi Umukuuka khulekhere walikhile shikha shosi walikhile family I Canada walikhile family almost everywhere. We are all family to Bob. So what can we do? We have to be strong. And like the song said, you lift me up so that I can rise over a mountain. That's a prayer that each one of us should sing as we believe that God can do it. For sure, this man has left a very big gap among Bamasaba. Before he became Umukuuka, it could be just maybe among Namuka, but now he went over to the homeland and became Umukuuka. He has left a big gap, and I'm still shaken. I wasn't with you today because I had to attend to some Saturday church services, but thank God I made it. And I thank you for the opportunity that you gave me to pray with everybody. I remember praying for Umukuuka the day before he was installed as Umukuuka. God put me in his path. I spent a whole day with him, with all the elders from Kenya and some missionaries from the US. We prayed for him and anointed him. And now I have to pray when he leaves us. All these are divine appointments, which I don't take lightly. So thank you, President Betty. Thank you, Uncle Nabitawo, Miss Gertrude, Miss Sarah, Miss Peke, Millie, for allowing me to do this. Every one of you, God bless you. Let's pray. Father, you are our Father who is in heaven. You sit high, but you can see low. You see everything. There's nothing that is out of your sight. You see where your servant Bob is laying. It's just the body, but his spirit is already with you. We thank you. We believe he's in the bosom of Abraham right now. And so we rejoice because he has made it. We rejoice for the work that he did as a gift to Bamasaba, a gift to Uganda. Lord, we thank you because he's a gift that cannot be replaced, but we know that there is somebody out there that you have prepared to comfort us. We shall not be left as orphans. We have a Savior, Jesus, and he always appoints wonderful people to replace wonderful people. He doesn't run out of resources. So we are encouraged that you're going to be there for the orphans, for the widows, and for all of us who've been part of the group that he would put under his wings as Umukuuka. Bless all Bamasaba in the diaspora, in the homeland. We loved Bob, and we thank you that you have taken him in a great, beautiful way at the beginning of the year. We know that you had a plan. According to the book of Ecclesiastes, everything has its time and everything is in your power. So we give you thanks and we pray that all the funeral arrangements, your hand will be right in the middle. Please chair every meeting. Please arrange everything yourself. Let your will be done until he be laid to rest in the right place, in the right fashion. We thank you for hearing our prayer. We pray for our president that you continue guiding her as she guides us in this event until we complete it. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sister Jennifer. I guess we declare the long day meeting adjourned, and you can have a happy other hour.
Thank you, Betty. Hooray for Betty. Thank you. My friends. This is really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now there is no control of who talks. I don't know how it's gonna be. Unless James is going to continue.
I'm going to, Madam President, I'm going to send an audio that my uncle sent to me from Uganda, an interview that somebody did on the radio with Umukuuka. Very interesting, his history, where he came from, what he did in different governments. I'm going to send it to you. You can send to all the members. It's a very interesting story that he had to tell.
Do we have copyrights to put anything, to put it up on the website so that visitors who go there can hear it, or they'll sue us?
It's already on. It's already on the web everywhere.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So I'll send it to your WhatsApp and you can put it up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any tidbits, any tidbits that we can put together and put into a video in memory of this giant? Yes, we'll take it. Pictures, videos, anything.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send you some pictures of his inauguration.
So, Betty, for some reason, the board that is posted up can only take one picture, but I have some good pictures of Bob during our NAMUCA meeting in Canada, our NAMUCA meeting in Minneapolis, and the finale that was in Washington, and also actually New York. So I have a couple of some very good pictures that I can share where he was at. Then we can remember him that way.
And I think
Thank you. Chris has been looking for pictures to put together a video. In fact, one of the introductions that would have been when you logged on would have been a video playing, but we didn't have enough pictures. I guess that's the task we have to do from one generation to another, collect some of those memories. Yeah.
I think, Betty, we have about 500 in UK from his last visit. We've done a little clip that is already on Enzu Masaba, and it's going around. I think that has about 60. But yeah, we have incredible.
Can it be shared via WhatsApp?
Kamabeka, him shaking everybody, and we have all that.
Thank you. We'll share. We will be happy to have some of it.
Yeah, we can say that to you.
Thank you, Uncle James. You did such an amazing job.
Hey, Sarah, I haven't seen you forever.
Come on,
muted. What are they doing?
Come on, catch up.
I came in late. Did you introduce yourselves?
You can put it on. No, not here.
Hello.
It's coming to midnight in UK. We need to supper.
Sarah na
Yes. Mu UK yo na menyaza ka Middlesbrough yena.
Ha. Ni basabali ya mu COVID buli muntu ali mu lockdown.
Okay.
Kale balebe wera abalinde mwanyala nabi ni mwirosere mwanyala nabi eti James mwanyala nabi hwasimire. It was a real good networking mwanyala nabi. God bless.
Na wanyala nabi ukwitsa ni chimitambo nabi cha Robert wawire naye.
No lehe musali. Bantu bakalibusa baliho.
I know.
That's where I hold.
Yeah.
Yeah. God bless everyone.
Bye.
Bless everybody.
vale ingana kusima na James amoderating le bulayi sana wafana bantu basi yenene ni basi
arina Peter mwakani ho ina iglass
Yes, yes.
audio no msime bulayi
Yeah, you see that. Yes.
The case, Nicola can say great.
Yeah, great. Yes. Can can so horo urombe.
Moma. Mata na vele for 6 hours.
Yes, that was very good.
Na manya James we ngani mwetile manya masupile ho.
James Basia Baroma, that you are looking younger than them. That you look good. All right? That you look good.
Man, I just
no, he doesn't want to age. Like, he looks exactly the same.
Move out the way.
I'm coming as soon as Canada opens the border, I will be the first person in.
Do we miss
Sarah, your mic is off.
Sarah, we can hear you.
Sorry, I was talking to Trinity. Trinity.
Isn't that too?
Trinity, hang up.
Give me a call.
Sorry.
This one.
We can still hear you, Sarah.
Oh, Maria, you're there?
Yeah. Where else would I be? Said to show you the video.
Oh, it's too dark.
Hi,
James.
Hello.
They're the kids, yeah. I'm connected. Connected.
You're my baby. I love you, baby. Be strong. I love you.
Hello. Hi, Toronto.
No, it's okay.
Yo, Dumbo, what's up, man?
Yo, how you guys doing? Hold on, I'm switching into my mom's laptop.
Hi, Dumbo. Dumbo, your words were so sweet. Oh my God.
Hold on.
You made me ball.
Let me get it.
Yes, you are. Hi, Brenda.
Hi, everybody. Brenda, good to see you.
You look so good.
Thank you.
Hi,
So do you.
too.
Oh, I miss you guys too. I'll come visit soon. I just landed, so.
Where, Brenda? Where are you?
I'm in Toronto. I came
Are you
back.
serious?
I
You're
just
back
got
in
off
Toronto?
quarantine.
Okay.
Yeah, I miss you
I'm
though.
actually gonna come to Toronto this year. Yeah.
Yay.
And what's up?
Martin, how you doing?
Yeah, how you doing?
Is she still here?
Oh man, wow, look at that.
Martin,
Yo.
I hope you feel better.
Martin, feel better.
Yes.
Martin, get well soon.
Martin, I can't believe it. I hope you
I know.
Yeah. Always banged up, man. Always banged up.
I love you,
Martin.
Martin, what are you doing to get banged up? What are you doing to get banged up?
No, it's not, man. I don't know what something's going on with me right now. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, the last time I was in the hospital was like years ago.
Hey, hi, yo. Especially for the youngsters, Uganda has mastered this this presentation for funerals, and it's live on YouTube. I'm 100% sure that we shall be watching live as it goes.
All right.
All of you, for when the day comes, tune in for that, plan accordingly, and we shall watch it all live. So even if you fail to make it to Uganda, let's show up and give our last respect to Uncle Bob and Dad Bob and
Yeah.
Yeah, but they've done it well in Uganda, and it really comes up really neat.
When is the funeral?
On the 30th.
On the
of
30th?
this month. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Uncle James.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much for hosting, man. That was
You did a great job.
Damn right you did a great job.
No, but listen, let me tell you a story. Can I say, I was talking to Uncle James